Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had a Mysterious Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Kai Chisaki, known as Overhaul, was growing impatient as he shifted around his station in a room with a central table, preparing vials for the blood of the children he was expecting. His right-hand man, Chrono, leaned against the wall next to the door, uncertainty evident in his demeanor. Chrono informed Overhaul that the children were late, prompting Overhaul to demand that he send someone to hurry them along. With a sigh of understanding, Chrono pulled out his phone to call the men he had sent to retrieve the kids, but no one answered. Overhaul, noticing this, instructed Chrono to send a few more men to intercept the children and to increase security at the tunnel exits. As Chrono organized the Yakuza members, two children were preparing to escape through a window overlooking the perimeter wall. The older boy, no more than 14, coaxed the younger girl, Eri, who was no older than 6, to jump into his arms. Eri, with her white hair, red eyes, and bandaged limbs, hesitated, fearful of the fall. The boy reassured her, promising to catch her, but Eri remained scared. Just then, the door swung open, and a man wearing a bird mask entered, spotting the children. In a panic, the boy urged Eri to jump. As she pushed off the ledge, she landed a bit too hard in his arms, causing him to stumble and fall. He quickly reassured her that it was fine, but they soon heard footsteps approaching. Determined not to be caught, the boy picked up Eri and ran into the nearest alley, refusing to abandon her to the clutches of Overhaul. Despite the odds, Izuku Midoriya was resolute in his determination. As they fled through the dark alleyways, Izuku felt the sting of broken glass underfoot. He thought of Eri and how he would do anything to protect her. Suddenly, he spotted a fire escape ladder leading to the roof. With Eri in his arms, climbing would be difficult, but he quickly fashioned a makeshift harness from some rope he found in a trash bin, securing Eri to his back. Once he was sure she was secure, Izuku began to climb the fire escape, but the thugs were hot on their trail. He dashed across the rooftops, searching for a landmark that could guide them to safety. Just then, a bullet struck the vent beside him, causing him to stumble and fall, with Eri tumbling off his back. Recovering quickly, Izuku positioned himself protectively between Eri and the approaching thugs, vowing not to break his promise to keep her safe. The thug who had shot at them expressed his annoyance at their escape, but Izuku, trying to buy time, suggested they take a nap instead, hoping to find a way out of this dire situation. But that doesn't mean I can't rough you up a bit. He can just fix you. The thug began to approach them, threateningly. So come quietly, don't make me have to carry you and your injured legs. Izuku let out a sigh, conceding defeat. He was giving in, which left Eri both confused and horrified. Had he really promised to protect her? The thug smirked, pleased with the boy's espionage. He began to close in on the Viridian teen, inching closer. That was it. A little closer, now. In a sudden burst of determination, Izuku lunged for the gun, twisting the barrel away from himself and Eri. The thug, reacting instinctively, pulled the trigger, but Izuku held firm, ensuring the weapon was pointed away from Eri. In his struggle to shake off Izuku, the thug fired 2 more shots, but he hesitated to use his quirk, knowing he needed the kids alive. Enough! The thug headbutted Izuku, firing the gun close to his left ear. The pain forced Izuku to instinctively grab his ear. The thug then kicked him to the ground, firing a shot into his leg to prevent him from escaping. Eri rushed over, worry etched on her face as she saw Izuku get hurt while defending her. She shouted at the thug, demanding he stay away from them, though fear trembled in her voice. How cute! But like I said, kids, playtime is over. The thug aimed at Izuku's other leg, fully intending to incapacitate him. The thug cursed under his breath, realizing his gun was empty. Just then, another thug appeared, larger and seemingly more intimidating. What's the matter? A few little kids giving you a hard time? The second thug teased. Can't keep up with a couple of kids? The first thug retorted, noticing his comrade seemed winded. They had been so focused on the children that they hadn't noticed a third figure approaching from the rooftops behind them. Izuku shifted on the ground, positioning Eri behind him. Even while sitting, he was determined to protect her if anything happened. "So what do you want to do?" "I carry the boy while you take the girl," the second thug suggested, ignoring the first thug's comment. "Or you drop the pistol and surrender yourselves," a new voice called out from behind the thugs, causing them both to turn in alarm. The first thug, having reloaded his gun, aimed it at the newcomer, but before he could react, a strong cloth-like restraint wrapped around his arm. "What the he," was all he managed to say before he was thrown onto another rooftop, losing his firearm to the alley below. "Bad move," the newcomer stated, a man dressed in black with a utility belt, a living scarf around his neck, and long black hair that seemed to defy gravity. His yellow goggles concealed his eyes as he stared down the thug. "May as well give up now. It's illogical to resist," the underground hero, Eraserhead, declared. Shota hadn't expected much to happen that night as he prepared for patrol. The day had been uneventful, which should have been a warning. The life of a pro, whether in the spotlight or underground, is never truly uneventful. He had just left the precinct, where he encountered a tired detective trying to find a missing child. Shota caught a glimpse of the child's face, freckled cheeks and viridian eyes, otherwise plain-looking except for the green hair. He decided to keep an eye out, thinking the detective needed more rest. He needed it too, as he perched atop a building. He had started his patrol later than usual due to a car chase that had nearly run him over, costing him 2 hours to assist with the arrest and complete the paperwork. "Just do it real quick," they said. "I'd be fast," they said. He would be lucky if that was the only excitement he got tonight. Bang. "What the? Bang bang. Why do I even think?" Eraserhead groaned as he moved toward the sound of gunfire. It was some distance away, and he hoped there were no fatalities. If it was a skirmish, there would likely be injuries at best, deaths at worst. Either way, he needed to be prepared to disarm the shooter and erase Quirks. As he ran, he pressed a button in his pocket, notifying the nearest police units that he needed assistance. Bang. Another shot, and Eraser picked up the pace. Bang. Another shot, accompanied by a faint but audible sound of yelling. That was a child's voice. Eraser quickened his pace, now determined to reach the scene. He approached a rooftop where he spotted 2 men, both distracted by presumably the child and whoever they were with. He needed to act quickly. "So what do you want to do?" "I carry the boy while you get the girl," one of the men said. There were definitely 2 children involved, but the men were blocking his view. Eraserhead landed silently behind the thugs, noting that the smaller one held the firearm, his hands already reaching for his capture weapon. "Or you drop the pistol and surrender yourselves." It may have seemed reckless to draw attention to himself, but he needed to keep his eyes on the weapon. Revealing himself made both thugs turn to face him, giving him a clear view of the pistol. His capture scarf shot forward, wrapping around the gunman's arm. "What the he?" Before the thug could finish, Eraser turned and threw him onto another roof, ensuring he impacted against the wall of a stairwell, his gun falling to the street below. Satisfied that the long-range threat was neutralized for now, Eraser turned to face the remaining thug, who looked ready for a fight. "You may as well give up now. It's illogical to resist. Please?" It was 2 a.m. He wasn't about to say that part out loud. With a yell, the brute charged at Eraser, who jumped out of the way as a fist came crashing down where he had been perched, collapsing the vent. Seeing that he missed the hero, the thug moved to strike again, charging at him. Eraser threw his weapon to wrap around the thug's arm, using his opponent's momentum to toss him to the next rooftop and joined him. Now that he had separated the thugs from the kids, he didn't need to worry about them getting injured in this fight. As the first to recover, Eraser threw a kick at the brute's head, but the hit hardly fazed the thug. He laughed, taunting Eraser, and stood to his full height, towering over him. That kick should have done something. Eraser's quirk was being used on him. Realizing his kick wasn't effective, the underground pro needed to think of something else. But first, he had to dodge the punch coming straight for him again. He rolled to the left and threw his weapon around the man's head, sliding under his legs and pulling the thug down, causing him to hit his head against the roof. The thug laughed, hardly bothered by the impact. He quickly grabbed Eraser's capture weapon before he could call it back and used it to pull the pro into his waiting fist, striking him in the face and sending him crashing into the railing at the roof's edge. Eraser thought that his quirk was not working on him as he recovered, seeing the man beginning to stalk towards him. That punch really hurt, but thankfully, nothing felt broken. It must be a mutant quirk. Suddenly, a voice called out from a rooftop over, warning him about the thug's abilities. One of the kids at the roof's edge was watching the fight, though in the dark, Eraser couldn't make out his features. The boy explained that the thug's bones became denser the more punishment they took, meaning blunt attacks would only make it worse. Eraser realized that with each attack, the brute moved slower but hit harder. Determined to take him down, Eraser stood and waited for the brute to strike. He sidestepped the fist impacting the roof and jumped over the thug's head, landing on his back. Moving quickly, he wrapped his weapon around the man's neck and began to pull. It was risky, but it was his only option. The thug attempted to throw Eraser off his back by swinging around wildly, even trying to crush him against a stairwell entrance. However, the pro held strong, never letting his grip weaken. Eventually, the mountain of a man began to fall, choked out for too long, and collapsed onto the roof, unconscious but alive. Eraser was huffing by the end of it, his back aching after being slammed around. He grumbled to himself about the response time of the units as he returned to the two kids on the roof, right where he had left them. He thought someone ought to talk to the chief about his men's response time. As he approached the children, he finally took in their details. A little girl, maybe around 6, had white hair and red eyes, with a horn on her forehead, wearing something resembling a hospital gown but filthy, clearly showing her fear. The other was a boy, much older, around 14, in similar attire. He had freckled cheeks and viridian eyes, nothing special other than his green hair. Eraser realized the odds of finding him were slim. The boy was sitting against the vents, breathing heavily, likely due to the bullet wound in his leg. The boy assured Eraser that they were all good, just a little banged up. Eraser sighed as he moved to wrap his scarf around the boy's leg to slow the bleeding. He pointed out the boy's bullet wound and the visible bandages on the girl's limbs, questioning how they could call that a little banged up. The boy sheepishly responded that they were just flesh wounds. Eraser looked at him with an expression that conveyed he was done and pulled on the cloth tied around the boy's leg, making him wince. The little girl, Eri, asked if the boy would be okay. As the faint sound of approaching police cruisers grew louder, Eraser felt a sense of relief. The boy reassured Eri that he would be fine, but just then he yelled a warning as a strong blast of air came crashing from a rooftop over, knocking the two kids to the street below, Eri's screams following their descent. Eraser yelled in alarm as he looked back to where the blast had come from, seeing the gunman from earlier recovering and getting away. He didn't think twice before descending from the rooftop to the streets below. He found that the two kids had fallen onto the roof of a car, with the teen using himself to break the girl's fall. Eri cried for her companion, Izuku, urging him to move, but Eraser quickly stopped her attempts to avoid worsening any wounds. As she sobbed and spoke incoherently to her wounded friend, officers arrived on the scene with an ambulance. Eraser ordered the first responders to get EMTs over immediately, explaining that there were villains on the roof, one unconscious and the other escaping with a strong wind quirk. As the cops moved to arrest the unconscious brute, Eraser continued to tend to Izuku's wounds. Izuku tried to speak between pained breaths, looking at Eri and assuring her that he had promised they would make it out. Eri continued to cry, begging that he would be okay. Izuku reassured her that they had done it, that they had escaped. Izuku slipped into unconsciousness as the EMTs arrived with a stretcher, leaving a worried hero and a sobbing girl behind. Overhaul stood on the other side of a table in his lab, seething with rage. His calm demeanor was more terrifying than his fury, sending shivers down the spines of seasoned pro heroes. He looked up at his subordinate, who was trembling in fear. The man knew what Overhaul was capable of, how he could dismantle him and reassemble him, all while keeping him alive to feel every agonizing moment. "You lost them?" Overhaul asked, his voice low and dangerous. "Two kids, one quirkless and scrawny, the other practically a toddler. How did you let this happen?" I swear we had them, boss, the thug pleaded, his voice shaking. They couldn't have escaped if they wanted to. We had them cornered on the roof. But then a hero showed up and took down Patchy. I tried to use my quirk to get them off the roof, but the boy pushed them out of the way, and I hit the kids instead. Overhaul slammed his hands onto the table, cutting the man off. Do you have any idea what you've done? There are so few quirkless left in this world, so few not infected with that disease. You may have just lost him. Not to mention Eri. He began to walk around the table, slowly removing the white glove from his right hand. Know that this mistake will not go unpunished. The man backed away in fear, but two other thugs restrained him on the operation table. Wait, boss. I swear it was an accident. I'll make it up to you, I promise. Overhaul continued his approach, unwavering. You won't be able to. The echoes of screams reverberated throughout the tunnels. Izuku woke with a start, his breathing erratic like the beeping of the machine beside him. In his panic, he attempted to sit up, only to be met with pain coursing through his body. Ow! A nurse, seated by the window, turned to him. Oh, you're awake. I'll go get the doctor. Stay down for now, you're in no shape to be moving like that. She left the room, leaving Izuku to piece together the events that had led him here. His head felt like it was spinning. He was in the hospital, which meant he had been hurt. But how? He remembered running, getting shot, and a hero appearing. Who was it again? The hero had fought off the villains, patched up his leg, and he had pushed him out of the way. Panic surged through him as he recalled the gunman firing his quirk at them. Eri, he exclaimed, his voice filled with urgency. As if on cue, the doctor entered the room, a hint of irritation in his expression. As glad as I am to see you doing well, I'd appreciate it if you didn't scream in the hospital, young man. You're finally awake. You had some nasty injuries last night, but you should make a full recovery. Luckily, we had appropriately quirked staff available. Izuku interrupted, worry etched on his face. Eri, the little girl I was with. Is she okay? The doctor sighed, clearly annoyed at being interrupted. Well, why don't you take a look over there? He gestured toward the window. Izuku focused his vision and spotted a bit of white hair and a small horn peeking out from the blankets. Relief washed over him. The poor thing refused to leave your side. It took a lot of convincing to get her to agree to be in the same room as you. Any farther apart and she started crying for you, the doctor explained. Izuku felt warmth in his heart at the thought of Eri caring so much for him. I'm just glad she's okay. And you're lucky you're okay, said a new voice. A man in black clothing with a large scarf entered the room. That fall could have crippled you if we were any higher. So he was the hero from last night, Izuku thought. Oh, don't be too tough on the boy, Aizawa. He just woke up. A third person entered, and despite his state, Izuku recognized her immediately. An elderly woman with gray hair tied up, walking with a cane designed like a syringe, and wearing an oversized doctor's coat and a visor. You're the youthful heroine, Recovery Girl. You have one of the most powerful healing quirks ever recorded. Izuku exclaimed, his hero encyclopedia brain never resting, even after a life-or-death situation. Ah, so you recognize me, Recovery Girl chuckled. I appreciate the recognition. Eraser here called me late last night and said I was needed. Usually, I wouldn't be up at 3 in the morning, but Aizawa would never bother me unless it was important. It was only logical to call you first. As the kid said, you're the best healer there is, Aizawa added. I'm flattered. Anyway, Sonny, I'm just here to finish healing you up, then my work here is done. She approached Izuku, giving him a gentle kiss on the forehead before preparing to leave the room. Now, if you'd excuse me, I've got to get to UA and prepare for the day. She stepped up next to the hero and motioned for him to lean down. Please bring those two to UA when you can. I'd like to do another checkup. With that, the youthful heroine left with the doctor, leaving only Izuku, a sleeping Eri, and the man known as Eraserhead in the room. Izuku's eyes lit up with recognition. He exclaimed that Eraserhead was an underground hero who avoided the news and media. It was no wonder he hadn't recognized him. There were only a few videos of him online, and the quality was poor. Eraser's eyes widened momentarily in surprise before he regained his composure. He acknowledged that not many people knew of his existence and introduced himself as Aizawa since he was off duty. At that moment, they heard shuffling from where Eri was sleeping. They turned to see the little girl waking up, struggling to unravel herself from the blankets in her half-awake state. As she rubbed the sleep from her eyes, her gaze landed on Aizawa before drifting to the hospital bed where she saw her friend, awake and okay. Eri called out to Izuku as she hurriedly tried to free herself from the blankets. In her rush, she tripped and fell into the pile on the floor but quickly recovered. She dashed to the bed with impressive speed, practically launching herself into Izuku's chest, causing him a bit of discomfort as she clung to him tightly. She expressed her concern, saying he had gotten hurt protecting her and that Aizawa had fought off the bad men. Eri recounted how they were thrown off the roof and how Izuku had been hurt because there were no bushes to cushion their fall, all in one breath and at a speed that matched Izuku's usual muttering. Shota watched the two kids as Izuku reassured Eri that he was fine despite her worries. Seeing that they would be okay together, Shota decided to step out of the room, telling them to call if they needed anything. After receiving a thumbs up from Izuku, Shota stepped outside and pulled out his phone, scrolling through his contacts to make an important call. "Tsukachi, it's Eraser. That kid you were looking for. The green one, yeah. I found him, but that's not all." Shota was soon joined by Detective Naomasa Tsukachi, who approached him with an eager pace. Tsukachi expressed his doubts about finding the boy until he received the photo Shota had sent. Shota explained that he had no trouble recognizing the boy from the photo, but he was puzzled by Eri. He wondered who she was, how she had met Izuku, and why they seemed so close. He noted the bandages she refused to let the hospital staff touch and realized there were many questions that needed answers only the children could provide. Tsukachi mentioned he had tried to match faces to names, finding the boy easy but struggling with Eri. He suggested that a blood test might help identify her, but for now, she remained a mystery. Shota gestured toward the room where the kids were. He explained that the staff had wanted to separate them, but Eri had become anxious whenever anyone who wasn't Izuku approached her. Even when Izuku woke up, he had worried more about Eri than himself, despite his own injuries. Tsukachi asked if they would be okay with questioning. Shota considered it and speculated that Izuku might be more open to speaking, while Eri's situation seemed more complicated. Tsukachi's expression changed, hinting at a deeper concern about Izuku's circumstances. Meanwhile, Izuku sat in the bed with Eri in his lap, the blankets she had been sleeping in now draped over them as they watched cartoons on the hospital room TV. The events of the previous night replayed in Izuku's mind, being escorted to the lab, running, falling, being shot, Aizawa's fight, and falling again. They had been extremely lucky. Things could have turned out much worse. As he contemplated the potential outcomes, Eri tugged on his gown and snuggled closer, sensing his distress. "I'm sorry," she said softly. Izuku looked down at her, and before he could ask what she meant, she continued, expressing her guilt for getting him hurt and wishing she had jumped when he told her to. She trembled, fearing she had slowed him down. Izuku pulled her closer into a comforting hug, assuring her that he would have done everything again to keep her safe. Eri began to cry into his hospital gown, and Izuku gently stroked her hair, careful not to tug on the knots he encountered. Izuku often found himself in the role of comforter, holding Eri as she let her emotions flow. After a while, Eri calmed down, and they returned to watching TV, the occasional sniffle escaping her. Their attention shifted when the door opened, revealing a plain-looking man in a trench coat who entered alongside Aizawa. Despite being confined for an extended PRD, Izuku recognized the classic detective attire. He noticed a change in Aizawa's expression, though he couldn't quite identify it. The detective introduced himself as Naomasa Tsukachi, explaining that Aizawa had called him because they were connected to a missing persons case. This revelation surprised Izuku. He had long since lost hope that anyone was searching for him. Curious, Izuku raised an eyebrow at Aizawa, questioning the importance of their situation. The detective chuckled while Aizawa narrowed his eyes at Izuku, who continued to tease. Aizawa dismissed the banter, stating that Tsukachi wanted to ask them a few questions. Izuku's expression shifted to concern as he pulled Eri closer, asking what the detective wanted to know. Tsukachi clarified that he was interested in the events of the previous night and some personal information about them. Izuku agreed to share, recounting the circumstances leading to his fall. Eri tightened her grip on his arm as he mentioned his injuries. Tsukachi then inquired how long Izuku had been held captive. Izuku hesitated, estimating a year, but Tsukachi corrected him, revealing it had been 2.5 years. This news left Izuku stunned. He had thought it was much shorter, but the lack of a calendar during his captivity made it difficult to keep track of time. The detective pressed on, asking about the man who had kept them prisoner. Izuku recalled that the man had only drawn blood from him, but when it came to Eri, he could sense her trembling. He reassured her by stroking her hair and hinted that her bandages were not the first she had received. When asked about the circumstances of his capture, Izuku found himself unable to remember clearly. The day was a blur, and he realized he couldn't recall much of his life before that moment. He could barely picture his mother's face, but he remembered his love for heroes, particularly two, All Might and a woman whose smile brought him immense joy and comfort. Before he could elaborate, Aizawa interjected, explaining that Izuku had been on his way home from school when armed thugs had approached the car. The only hero present had been unable to fend them off. Aizawa's tone shifted, and Izuku felt a sense of dread creeping in. Concerned for his mother, Izuku demanded to know what had happened to her. Aizawa's silence only intensified his anxiety. Finally, Aizawa revealed that Izuku's mother, the Wisp hero, Viridian, had died protecting him. In that moment, time seemed to freeze for Izuku as he processed the devastating news. Overwhelmed, he let out a sob, and suddenly, everything around him pulsed with energy. Shota felt a shift within himself, as if a part of his energy had been drained. Before he could comprehend what was happening, a force erupted, shattering windows and sending objects flying. The television fell, and chairs were knocked over. Remembering the villain who had previously threatened the children, Aizawa instinctively reached for his capture scarf, ready for another confrontation. However, he quickly realized that there was no villain present. Instead, the source of the blast seemed to originate from the children in the hospital bed. Tsukachi, caught off guard, fell to the floor, bewildered by the sudden. As Aizawa attempted to activate his erasure quirk on Midoriya, he discovered something alarming. His quirk was ineffective. The sensation was faint, almost non-existent. Aizawa informed Tsukachi that something was wrong. He couldn't suppress Midoriya's quirk. The detective, confused, pressed for clarification, but Aizawa's frustration grew as he pointed out that Midoriya's records indicated he was quirkless. Clearly, that was no longer the case. As the noise escalated, Aizawa noticed smaller objects suspended in midair, hinting at the extraordinary power that had just been unleashed. As time passed, the items in the room began to grow larger, including the chairs, and even the TV seemed to hover slightly above the ground. It felt as if more energy was being drained from both Shota and Tsukachi. Eraser tried to call out to Izuku, who had fallen to his knees, but Izuku was lost in his own world, oblivious to everything around him. He whimpered, struggling with the reality of his loss. A part of him had always known she was gone, but hearing it confirmed shattered his heart. He might not have remembered her face, but her presence lingered in his mind. It felt as if his world was crumbling beneath him. The overwhelming feeling consumed him until he felt a small hand gently stroking his hair. Momentarily pulled back to reality, Izuku looked down to see Eri holding onto him tightly, comforting him as he would have done for her. Her soothing voice broke through the chaos, telling him it was okay to let it all out. Those familiar words, now coming from Eri, were all he needed to release his pent-up emotions. As he cried, the pressure lifted, and the items around them fell to the ground with a crash. Aizawa and Tsukachi felt a surge of energy return to them, their quirks becoming functional once more. Izuku wrapped his arms around Eri, pulling her close, terrified of losing her too. He had already lost his mother and felt utterly alone. While the two children embraced and wept together, three figures entered the room, taking in the scene of devastation. The doctor, who had been there earlier, gasped at the sight. Namuri Kayama, known as Midnight, approached, her expression turning serious as she asked Shota what had happened. On her shoulder perched Nizu, the principal of UA High, who looked equally concerned. Shota simply replied that the situation was caused by the child. Nemuri's gaze fell on Izuku, and she paled slightly, realizing the truth. Shota confirmed that Izuku was indeed Inko's son. Nizu, the chimera, then spoke, acknowledging the damage in the room and assuring the doctor that UA would cover the costs. The doctor quickly reassured him that insurance would handle it and that no one had been harmed, which was the most important thing. Nizu requested privacy for the children, and the doctor nodded before leaving. Tsukachi announced his intention to return to the station to file a report, leaving the 3 adults to manage the situation with the children. Nizu observed that the children still needed a moment, and suggested they discuss what to do next. With Nemuri remaining silent, Shota shared his thoughts. He emphasized that separating the children was not an option, as Eri panicked when Izuku was not near. They were unsure of Eri's background or if she had any family, and Shota noted that she might be in a similar situation to Izuku. Nizu began to analyze the situation, recalling the attack, the kidnapping, and the thugs who had tried to retrieve the children. He speculated that whoever had taken them would likely want them back, and questioned the motives behind the kidnapping. He pointed out the lack of demands for Izuku's return and the mystery surrounding Eri's identity and quirk. Nemuri finally spoke, expressing her concern about leaving the children alone after everything they had endured. She feared that if Eri was like Izuku, they would end up in the system, making them vulnerable to those who had harmed Inko. After a brief silence, Nizu clapped his paws together, indicating they needed to take action. He walked into the room, his staff hesitantly following. Inside, Eri continued to comb her fingers through Izuku's hair as he calmed down from his tears. She had often found comfort in his presence, and now she wanted to return the favor. The door opening caught their attention, and Eri moved closer to Izuku, who quickly wiped his eyes to see better. They watched as a well-dressed creature entered, accompanied by Aizawa and another pro-hero. The creature introduced himself as Nizu, the principal of UA, and acknowledged Midnight's presence. Izuku, feeling a mix of emotions, asked why they were there. Nizu explained that he had come to see Izuku after learning about the discovery of Viridian's child. He shared that Izuku's mother had been an exceptional student at UA, highlighting her brilliance and kindness. However, he expressed his regret over the tragedy that had befallen her. Izuku interrupted Nizu, surprising him with his response. Unless you can undo it or prevent it from happening in the first place, then there's no need to apologize. Nizu suggested moving on, receiving a nod from Izuku, who avoided eye contact. Nizu took a moment to survey the disheveled room before continuing. It was clear that Izuku's file was outdated. He seemed to possess a quirk, and Nizu wondered why it hadn't been noted when it manifested. Izuku looked away, scratching his head and mumbling something under his breath. The chimera raised an eyebrow, prompting Izuku to admit that he had only recently acquired his quirk. This revelation shocked the 2 professional heroes but piqued Nizu's interest. Izuku explained that he had used it accidentally, and only Eri had noticed in the tunnels. He confessed that he struggled to control it. Aizawa nodded in understanding. It made sense that after living his whole life without powers, Izuku would find it challenging to manage such an unusual quirk without guidance. Izuku expressed his frustration, admitting he didn't even know what his quirk did, how to activate it, or its limits. He glanced down at Eri, who had fallen asleep. He noted that they could form a club of sorts, but then realized they had lost her consciousness. Midnight inquired if Eri was also unaware of her quirk. It was concerning how similar their situations were, both lacking control over their powers. Izuku explained that while they knew what Eri's quirk did, they struggled with activation. She was afraid to use it, having been convinced by the man who held them captive that it was a curse. The thought of Chisaki filled Izuku with anger. Aizawa asked about the nature of Eri's quirk and whether it was as uncontrollable as Izuku's. He noted that when Izuku had used his quirk, Aizawa's erasure had failed. Izuku reflected on Eri's quirk, describing it as volatile. She had the power to rewind time, but they were unsure of its limits. He hesitated to share personal details but felt it was necessary for Eri's sake. He revealed that during its first activation, She had accidentally rewound herself to a point of non-existence. Her mother had abandoned her, labeling her as cursed, a notion that Chisaki had only reinforced. Midnight expressed her sadness upon realizing they were both orphans. Izuku confirmed this, gently running his fingers through Eri's long white hair. Nizu, having listened intently, made a decision. He instructed Aizawa to contact Tsukachi to share their findings about Eri, which would help fill in the gaps. He then turned to the children, offering them shelter at UA. Izuku was taken aback, questioning whether it was truly possible. Nizu assured him it was, promising to resolve any issues that might arise. They could help both Izuku and Eri learn to manage their quirks in a safe environment. He expressed pride in Inko Midoriya, Izuku's mother, noting her legacy as a hero who protected the innocent. Taking in her son was the least they could do for her. Izuku looked down at the sleeping Eri in his arms, aware that Chisaki would come for her. Although he might not want Izuku now that he had a quirk, Eri was essential to his plans. With determination, Izuku addressed the three pro-heroes. He was ready to accept their offer. After a few days in the hospital, Izuku and Eri were relieved to be cleared to leave, receiving new clothes from the hospital. However, they were also filled with apprehension. Izuku hadn't been outside since his capture, and Eri had no experience in the outside world. Due to a head injury, Izuku struggled to remember much of his life before. He suspected it was connected to Chisaki. Nizu had assured Izuku they would help him and Eri reacquaint themselves with society during their time under their care. Although Nizu preferred to house them at UA, the lack of on-site accommodations for children was an issue to address later. For now, they would stay with one of his staff members, a choice made with the children's quirks in mind. Aizawa announced their arrival at a modest house, nothing flashy, which suited him. As they approached the front door, he explained that they would be using the guest bedroom. There were clothes waiting for them, courtesy of a friend. Upon entering, they found a cozy living area with a dining room and kitchen at the back, along with a hallway leading to the bedrooms and bathroom. Aizawa pointed out their room on the left and mentioned he was just across the hall if they needed anything. He also noted they would need to go shopping for proper clothes, as the ones in the drawers were merely guesses at their sizes. That being said, they would leave in an hour, so everyone needed to be ready. This news unsettled Izuku. The idea of going out so soon made him anxious. He wondered if it was just going to be the three of them. While most might feel safe with a hero escorting them, Izuku understood how easily a hero could be overpowered. If someone came for him and Eri, then... Aizawa interrupted his thoughts, assuring him that there would be others present. He instructed them not to worry about protection but emphasized that his priority was to keep both children safe. He advised them to stay close and not wander off. The children nodded, though Izuku still felt uneasy about being in public. He decided to push those thoughts aside as he took Eri into their new room to change. Shota was acutely aware of the need for caution as they approached the mall. He hated to think of the children as ticking time bombs, but the reality was that both lacked control over their quirks. If Eri became frightened, she could rewind anyone nearby, and if Izuku panicked, the consequences could be dire. Ideally, they would have stayed home, but the kids needed clothes and other essentials for their new room, not to mention proper food instead of instant ramen. Fortunately, Shota had backup for this outing. Suddenly, Hisashi Yamada, the voice hero known as Present Mike, approached them, his usual exuberance on display. At least he wasn't using his quirk this time. Shota shot a glare at his friend, subtly nodding toward the two children behind him, with the youngest hiding behind the older one. Izuku wore a dark green shirt, simple jeans, and a jacket to cover his arms. Eri was dressed in a white dress and a small sun hat to conceal her head and horn. Shota, in his usual attire, had styled his hair differently, looking less disheveled. Hisashi also toned down his appearance, wearing a less flashy jacket. They appeared like a normal family, which was the image they wanted to project. Hisashi sheepishly apologized for his loudness and mentioned that Nemuri would meet them by the fountain inside the mall. Shota felt relieved that she was joining them. Since erasure wouldn't work on Izuku, they would have to rely on her sleep gas if his quirk acted up again. Even then, they were uncertain if it would be effective. Shota led the way to the fountain, positioning the children between him and Hisashi. He instructed them to stay close and within sight. Izuku responded with a playful salute, prompting Eri to mimic him with her free hand. When they reached the fountain, they found Nemuri sitting on a nearby bench, dressed in civilian clothes and tapping her foot nervously. Shota understood her anxiety and planned to discuss it with her later. She looked up as they approached and immediately focused on their mission. After confirming their priority was clothes, she mentioned knowing a few stores that would have what they needed and began walking, making an effort to avoid eye contact with the kids. Throughout their shopping trip, Eri remained nervous, which was expected. Thankfully, being with Izuku helped her feel calmer, though he himself was on edge. He constantly scanned the faces around them, his breathing quickening whenever someone seemed to approach them directly. Shota noticed this and realized he needed to alleviate the tension. Unfortunately, this wasn't his area of expertise, and Nemuri was deliberately keeping her distance from the children. As they passed a merchandise store, Shota had an idea. Turned to Hisashi and suggested he take the kids inside to pick out some decorations for their room while he and Nemuri waited outside. Hisashi understood the unspoken message and led the children into the store. Izuku immediately became excited, which helped ease Eri's nerves. Shota felt a sense of relief as one problem was resolved. Nemuri then began to voice her concerns, stating that Shota needed to get to know Izuku better. She expressed her worries about how her unresolved feelings regarding Inko's death could affect their relationship with the children. Shota acknowledged her concerns, understanding that they were now responsible for both kids. Nemuri lamented that she had so many questions about Inko and why she hadn't shared more about Izuku. Tears welled in her eyes as she reflected on the past. Shota sighed, empathizing with her pain. He reminded her that Inko always had her reasons for her actions, and while they couldn't change the past, they could be there for Izuku and Eri moving forward. He gestured toward the store, where Eri was happily looking at merchandise while Izuku animatedly explained the hero Ryukyu to her, with Hisashi making playful dragon noises. Later, Shota waited outside his house for his friend to return with the children. Hisashi was inside preparing dinner and planned to help the kids set up their room, claiming that Shota had no sense of style. Shota chose to let that slide, knowing it was true, even if he wouldn't admit it. When he saw Nemuri's car pull up, he moved to assist them with the boxes in the back. He instructed Nemuri to inform Izuku that, for the time being, they should only bring 2 medium boxes at most. His house wasn't large, and he and Eri would be sharing a room. The rest of their belongings would be sent to a storage unit that Nizu had gladly arranged, ensuring that neither he nor his mother would lose anything. Shota approached them, observing the children as they exited the car. They appeared happier, and thankfully, Nemuri was unharmed, indicating there had been no Quirk accidents. Shota recognized the risk they had taken, but it seemed to have paid off, as Nemuri was now engaging with the children while they retrieved a few small boxes from the trunk. Nemuri confirmed to her sleep-deprived friend that everything had gone well. Eri, holding a small box, bluntly remarked that they had cried a lot, leaving puddles on the floor. Izuku feigned betrayal, commenting on Eri's bluntness after he had given her some hero merchandise of Ryukyu. Shota, grabbing a box from the back, questioned why Izuku had given her his merchandise. Izuku shrugged, explaining that Eri liked dragons, so it made sense to him. He then continued inside, carrying his box to their new room. As they walked through the living room, Eri turned back to Izuku, reminding him not to forget apples, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Hisashi, from the kitchen, caught her attention by announcing that they had picked up apples while shopping and could make homemade apple pie for dessert. Eri, curious, approached Hisashi, asking what pie was. Hisashi gasped dramatically, expressing disbelief that she didn't know what pie was. Shota had to use his erasure quirk to keep Hisashi from getting too animated. Izuku returned to the room, taking Eri's Ryukyu merchandise box to their shared space. Izuku explained that they hadn't been allowed sweets in the tunnels, as they were only provided with what they needed. Nemuri, determined to change that, lifted Eri onto the kitchen island counter and suggested she help Hisashi make the apple pie, checking with him to ensure he was okay with it. Hisashi eagerly agreed, promising to let her assist after finishing his current meal. While they prepared dinner, Shota entered the children's room to find Izuku sorting through a box. He pulled out a Viridian poster, and upon seeing more merchandise, Shota asked if Izuku had collected items of his mother. Izuku admitted he had, though not as much as he expected, joking that perhaps he didn't want to make her uncomfortable by having her image everywhere. Shota reassured him that it was normal to look up to one's parents. After an hour, the clothes were put away, and most boxes were unpacked. Posters of All Might, Viridian, and Ryukyu adorned the walls, along with a shelf displaying various hero figurines. It wasn't as fanatical as Izuku's old room, but it conveyed their admiration for heroes, or in Eri's case, dragons. Nemuri appeared in the doorway, commenting on Shota's surprising sense of style and how quickly they had worked. Izuku modestly replied that it hadn't been difficult, and Shota agreed. Nemuri then announced that Hisashi had finished preparing the food and encouraged them to hurry, knowing Eri wouldn't be able to resist the pie much longer. True to her words, Eri was mesmerized by the pie, her eyes sparkling with delight at the thought of it being made of apples. Izuku, noticing her excitement, jokingly warned that they might be creating an apple-eating monster. Eri exclaimed that the pie was made of apples, looking nervously at Hisashi to confirm it was okay for her to eat it. Hisashi assured her that it was fine, but only after dinner. Izuku felt a surge of emotion when Eri questioned whether it was acceptable for her to eat. He knew how Chisaki had treated her in the tunnels, and it angered him. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he lifted Eri off the stool and carried her to the dining table, unaware of Shota's watchful gaze. Shota felt a brief tug within him, recognizing Izuku's struggle to maintain his composure. He understood that they needed to teach the children how to control their quirks soon, or someone might get hurt if their emotions spiraled out of control. But that was a concern for another time. For now, it was time to sit down and enjoy dinner with the two children he would be caring for, along with his two closest friends. Izuku's eyes lit up as he spotted katsudon on the table, his former favorite dish. He eagerly took a bite, savoring the taste and declaring it still his favorite, much to the amusement of everyone at the table. They shared laughter as Izuku asked the pros questions about hero work, while they learned that he was still 13 and that Eri was around 5, though even Izuku didn't know her exact birthday. A problem they'll address later. Izuku looked at the little girl sitting next to him and asked if she was full. Eri's gaze shifted to the counter, where the apple pie sat, and her sad eyes met his. Nemuri, watching the scene unfold, commented under her breath about how the little girl was going to be the end of her. Her overdramatic display elicited a laugh from Hisashi, while Shota smirked. The voice hero then announced that it was pie time, striding over to the counter to prepare the dessert. A chant of pie erupted from everyone at the table except Shota. Hisashi placed the first piece in front of Eri, along with a plastic fork, and everyone watched eagerly as she took her first bite. Her eyes lit up, and a radiant smile spread across her face, so bright that Shota felt momentarily blinded. Nemuri remarked that Eri seemed to enjoy the pie, capturing the moment with a quick photo. Eri continued to devour her pie with enthusiasm, her smile unwavering. She eagerly requested more, holding her plate up to Hisashi, who happily obliged with a second piece. Once the pie was gone and their bellies full, the group gathered in the living room to watch a pre-Quirk movie about a girl who sailed across the ocean to save her people and island. There was even a singing rock that performed a catchy song that lingered in their minds. As the credits rolled, Eri fell asleep in Nemuri's lap, who had been brushing her hair throughout the movie. Shota told Izuku it was late and suggested he take Eri to bed. Izuku nodded, carefully lifting Eri from Nemuri and heading toward their room. He paused in the hallway, looking back at the heroes. Shota inquired if something was wrong, but Izuku simply shook his head. He smiled at the three heroes, expressing his gratitude before continuing to their room. That night, both children enjoyed the best sleep they had experienced in a long time. Shota was driving to UA with Izuku and Eri in the back seat. He explained that they wouldn't be left home alone, especially with the new school year starting. He glanced in the rearview mirror to ensure the children were paying attention. He continued, explaining that he only had to teach one class a day, 2 counting homeroom. The rest of the time would be dedicated to training for both of them. He would work with Eri, confident that his erasure quirk would be effective on her, while Izuku would train with Nizu, who could help him understand his quirk. Nemuri was busy on patrol that morning, so she wouldn't be joining them. Shota reminded them to keep their ambitions in check while with Nizu. Both children nodded, and Eri munched on another apple slice from her snack container. Shota had learned not to interfere when it came to Eri and apples, especially after witnessing Izuku's slicing pieces for her that morning while looking quite overwhelmed. As they arrived at the school, Izuku gazed in awe at the glass towers, while Eri continued to enjoy her apple slices. Nizu was already there to greet them when they exited the car. He welcomed them warmly, asking how their stay with Aizawa had been. Eri exclaimed with joy that they had apple pie the previous night and proudly displayed her seemingly endless container of apples. Nizu's eyes widened in surprise, and he almost broke into his signature maniacal laugh. He expressed his happiness at seeing them well and reminded them that the school year would start in a week, urging them not to waste any time. He jumped into Shota's capture weapon around his neck, signaling that it was time to get started. They made their way to Gym Gamma, a spacious area with a concrete floor used for training future heroes. Izuku was amazed to be inside one of UA's gyms. Nizu directed their attention to the locker rooms, where they would find clothes for training. He encouraged them to change into the provided outfits. Once the children were sent off, Nizu hopped out of Shota's scarf and addressed him, acknowledging that he might have his hands full this year. Shota shrugged, noting that while it might cut into his nap time, he could manage since the children weren't too much trouble. However, he mentioned the workload ahead with teaching the new students about their quirks, especially those who barely passed the entrance exams. He pointedly suggested that Nizu should reconsider the exam standards. Nizu assured him that if he could change them, he would have done so already, but the board's standards limited his options. Nizu gave a knowing look to Shota, expressing his thoughts on the stubborn biases of humans. He explained that if a student was determined enough to enter the hero course, they could do so through the sports festival, where they would face living combatants against whom their quirks would be effective. He recalled a few good heroes who had succeeded in this way. Shota responded sarcastically, acknowledging Nizu's flattery. Just then, two men entered the gym, one with a block of concrete for a head and the other walking on prosthetic legs. Nizu greeted Cementos and Ectoplasm with enthusiasm, pleased that they could join the training session. Cementos acknowledged their presence, noting that he was unaware the school year had started. Nizu clarified that the two children they were training were not exactly students. As he spoke, the door opened, revealing the children. Izuku pointed out Eri, who was hiding behind his legs, clutching her apple container and looking apprehensive, particularly towards Ectoplasm. Ectoplasm realized the situation and noted Eri's volatility. Nizu explained that Eri had the ability to rewind the time of anything she touched but lacked control over her quirk. Eri flinched at this, drawing attention to her unease. He also mentioned that Izuku's quirk remained a mystery. Cementos rubbed his chin thoughtfully, eager to assist in activating Izuku's quirk and uncovering its nature. Shota shared an incident from the hospital where he felt something being pulled from him and a pressure pushing him down, noting that his erasure quirk had no effect on Izuku. Ectoplasm considered this while observing the two children, with Izuku trying to reassure Eri. Ectoplasm confirmed that they would be working with Eri first, using his clones to help her control her quirk. He assured them that if her quirk became overwhelming, Shota would intervene. As Ectoplasm began creating his clones, Izuku focused on comforting Eri, reassuring her that everything would be all right. Eri expressed her fear of hurting someone again, recalling a past incident that troubled her. Izuku hugged her tightly, explaining that Ectoplasm's clones weren't real and would disappear after a short time. He encouraged her to remember the river visualization he had taught her. Eri nodded, and Izuku gently took her apple container, promising to hold on to it while she practiced. An ecto-clone approached, ready for the training. Eri, still trembling, placed her hand in the clones and closed her eyes. Shota's voice guided her through the process of activating her quirk. Eri focused on the river imagery, feeling a surge of energy as her horns sparked with yellow light. She envisioned the river flowing and then reversing, channeling that feeling into her horn. With her eyes tightly shut, Eri was unaware that the clone before her was dissolving into ectoplasm until she felt the strange substance on her hands. When she opened her eyes and saw the slime-like material, shock washed over her. Later, Nizu and Shota convened in Nizu's office to discuss the earlier training session. Nizu initiated the conversation, eager to review their findings. Shota expressed concern about Izuku's quirk, which seemed to drain the life from others, though Eri appeared immune to its effects, a small silver lining in the situation. They decided to hurry their discussion, aware that the staff might not withstand the children's relentless questioning for long. In the teacher's lounge, Eri observed as Izuku bombarded Cementos with questions about his quirk, jotting down notes with fervor. She munched on apple slices, listening intently. Cementos could only respond with a vague sound, overwhelmed by the barrage of inquiries. They were pro-heroes, capable of handling a few questions, Shota thought as he dismissed the principal's concern. Nizu shrugged and continued, asking about the incident with Izuku. When Izuku had been draining their energy, the cement blocks had started to float, but only Shota had been able to see it clearly. Everyone else nearby had lost their senses. Nizu noted that Izuku might not have even realized he was lifting the blocks. It seemed his quirk had some prerequisite to activate, as his telekinesis hadn't worked until they had fallen. Nizu's analytical mind raced to piece together the mystery surrounding the son of Viridian's quirk. It resembled his mother's telekinesis, but with an additional application that drained energy from others. Could it be a dual quirk? Shota pondered the implications. Suddenly, Nizu exclaimed in realization. Shota raised an eyebrow, questioning his boss. Nizu theorized that Izuku's quirk was an accumulation type, requiring energy to function like a battery. He excitedly pulled up the security footage from the gym. Shota understood the theory but pointed out the troubling aspect. The energy source seemed to be their souls. Nizu considered this as he examined the footage, then turned the screen toward Shota, seeking his opinion. Shota scrutinized the low-quality video, noting its flaws. He suggested that Power Loader should fix the wiring, but Nizu reminded him that the cameras had been fine earlier. Shota struggled to find a reason for the camera's malfunction, but Power Loader was known for his expertise. The thought that the camera appeared to be on the verge of failure nagged at him. Nizu seemed to sense Shota's realization and laughed with excitement. He concluded that Izuku's quirk absorbed power from his surroundings, including electricity and the organic energy that fueled their bodies. It all made sense now. Shota responded with sarcasm, acknowledging that they had solved one mystery but still faced the challenge of training Izuku if his quirk required them to be drained. Nizu proposed a theory. Perhaps Izuku could learn to choose his energy sources with practice. If they could teach him to draw energy from non-human sources, they could train him in both telekinesis and siphoning. Shota reluctantly admitted that Nizu's idea made sense, even if he had initially been sarcastic. He then raised a question about why Eri had not been affected by Izuku's siphon. While he was grateful she had remained unharmed and had helped Izuku calm down, his curiosity remained. Nizu acknowledged this as another mystery to explore. He speculated whether Eri's quirk had protected her, but they had no answers at this early stage. He also wondered about the combination of quirks that led to Izuku's unique abilities. Shota summarized that Izuku had his mother's quirk, but it relied on external energy to function, which influenced its strength. Nizu had tried to find records of Inko's marital status but found none, leading him to consider other possibilities. Shota interrupted, firmly stating that Inko would never engage in a one-night stand. Nizu clarified that he had not meant that, explaining that Inko's timeline did not match up with the Piarjinsui. Izuku had only been registered in the system 3 years ago, suggesting he had been hidden for a long time. Shota was taken aback by this revelation, wondering how and why Inko had concealed him. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door. Nizu welcomed the visitor, and Izuku entered with Eri perched on his shoulders, holding her feet for stability. He mentioned that he thought he had broken Cementos. Both pros raised their eyebrows in surprise. Eri chimed in, explaining that Cementos only said, "Ah, now," making a funny face that indicated he was spaced out. Shota glanced back at Nizu and admitted he had been wrong. The heroes could not handle a few questions. Nizu chuckled in agreement. Izuku sheepishly acknowledged that he might have asked too many questions, while Eri playfully snitched on him. Izuku protested, claiming he hadn't asked hundreds of questions, but Eri insisted he had. She began counting on her fingers, determined to prove her point, much to everyone's amusement. Izuku chuckled, telling her she didn't have to count, but Eri insisted on focusing. Realizing it would take a while, Izuku informed the teachers that they would meet them by the car. Nizu noted that it was getting late, later than planned for the three of them to be there. Shota agreed, mentioning they should leave before midnight returned from patrol, as she would be upset if she didn't see them soon. Nizu expressed his satisfaction that Kayama was able to interact well with the children, wishing Shota fun with his kids. Shota turned, glaring at Nizu, who wore a knowing look that Shota found unsettling. Shota let out a sigh as he rolled up to the huge door of Class 1A in his yellow sleeping bag. Training had been productive so far with the kids after they taught Izuku not to pull too hard on the energy. After a week, he was still struggling to control the amount he drained, but he managed to limit his siphon to touch-based interactions. Eri had improved her ability to toggle her quirk on and off, although, like Izuku, output remained an issue. He would be working with them later that day. For now, they were with Nizu for their schooling, as Shota had his own class to run. Speaking of this year's class, none of them had noticed him yet. He had been leaning against the wall by the teacher's desk since entering, and all they had done was talk to each other. He knew he was good at stealth, but their situational awareness was lacking. Figuring that out was one of the reasons he did this every year. The other was the guilty pleasure of witnessing their reactions. It was about time he made his presence known. He announced that if they were just there to talk and mess around, they should leave now. His voice triggered a chain reaction. The students nearest to him quieted down and looked his way, the rest of the class following suit, surprise and confusion evident on their faces. He noted that it had taken them too long to notice him. They would need to fix that. Shota unzipped his sleeping bag and stepped out. One student, oblivious to the atmosphere, began to ask questions. She inquired if he was a teacher, if he was their teacher, what his quirk was, and what his name was. Shota turned to the source and saw a girl with long periwinkle hair and blue eyes, her curious expression framed by her raised hand. He recognized her as Nijire Hado from the student files. She had fallen asleep by the end of the practical exam but had barely scored enough to pass. Another student, a nervous-looking boy with indigo hair, chimed in, reminding Nijire that she had ruined his introduction and that it was rude to interrupt. Tamaki Amajiki, he recalled, had scored decently but had been set back by his tendency to stick to the shadows. Again he had barely passed. A third student, with blonde hair in a cowlick and a cartoonish face, declared that Shota's introduction had been great and had surprised him. Shota remembered Mirio Togata from the entrance exam. He had certainly made an impression, especially considering his frequent wardrobe malfunctions. Shota was relieved the kids hadn't witnessed that. Mirio's quirk wasn't suited for taking down mechanical enemies, yet he had managed to pass, albeit just barely, through his own strength. Shota sensed that these three would be a handful, if their exam results were any indication. Whether they had potential would be for him to determine. If they were done, he activated his quirk for emphasis and introduced himself as Shota Aizawa, their homeroom teacher. He instructed all of them to head to the locker rooms, put on their gym uniforms, and then head down to the field, giving them 10 minutes to do so. He left behind a classroom full of confused teenagers. It took 8 minutes for the last of his class to arrive. Shota regarded them all with an unimpressed expression and told them to be quicker, as they did not have the luxury of time. His class responded affirmatively, and he noted that they were already falling in line. They would learn quickly, he thought, before proceeding with his yearly test. Eri tugged on Izuku's green shirt, expressing her desire to see what was happening. The two children had received permission from Nizu after finishing their last assessment to watch Shota perform his quirk assessment test. It was mostly Izuku's insistence, given the nature of quirks. Izuku used telekinesis to lift Eri high enough so she could peek her head over the low wall they were using as cover. He had some stored-up power, and Eri was light enough to lift without much effort. It was also a good opportunity for him to train, something Nizu encouraged. Eri looked at the students with interest and asked if they were all heroes. Izuku clarified that they were training to become heroes and that they had to attend hero school, like UA, to learn the basics of hero work and train their quirks. Eri realized that it was similar to their own training. Just as Izuku was about to elaborate, Shota announced that the person who came in last place would be expelled. The class erupted in disbelief, and Izuku quietly echoed their shock. Eri, confused, asked Izuku what that meant. He explained that it meant being kicked out of school, usually for doing something very bad. Eri, who had no experience with school other than the week with Nizu, found the idea troubling. She questioned why Mr. Aizawa would do that, noting that none of them had done anything wrong and that it sounded mean. Izuku shared her confusion, watching as the class protested. Why let them in if they were just going to be expelled? One student protested that it was unfair, to which Shota responded coldly, questioning if they thought natural disasters were fair. He reminded them that the world was filled with unfairness, including floods, earthquakes, and the loss of loved ones in villain attacks. Izuku flinched at the memory that surfaced. Distant sounds of car alarms and chaos echoed in his mind, smoke clouding his vision as glass shattered and quirks were unleashed. The impact of chains against various surfaces resonated, and he could only imagine the aftermath, bodies lying still. Though he couldn't recall the specifics of that day, Izuku understood the harshness of the world. Shota continued, unaware of the children who were hanging on to his every word. He spoke about the hero's responsibility to confront that unfairness, to rise up and protect those dealt a bad hand or caught in unfortunate circumstances. It was a hero's duty to safeguard the innocent. He warned that if anyone felt unprepared to give their all or lay down their life, they should leave. Even heroes who commit fully can face defeat in their final battles. The students remained silent, but Shota's message resonated with many of them. Eventually, Mirio raised his hand, asking out of curiosity rather than challenge, if Shota spoke from experience. Shota nodded, explaining that one might wake up to find an incident had occurred, resulting in injuries, and they weren't there to prevent it. It was a natural part of the profession, something they all needed to be ready for. Mirio, with a determined expression, stepped forward and asked what the first test would be, a smile on his face. Shota returned the smile, though he concealed it with his scarf, thinking that Mirio might just become a hero yet. He then displayed the scores, announcing that he wouldn't go over each one individually, but here were the final results. Mirio searched for his score, only to find it in last place. He regretted trying to use his quirk, permeation, to launch himself during the standing long jump, which had resulted in an embarrassing mishap. He had been outperformed by his classmates, whose quirks aided them physically. Shota then reassured them that no one would be expelled, revealing a mischievous grin that startled everyone. It had been a strategic deception to motivate them to give their best effort. The class reacted in disbelief, with Mirio relieved to have another chance. Shota's expression turned serious as he warned them not to be complacent. While they were safe now, he would not hesitate to expel anyone who slacked off. He demonstrated his quirk, emphasizing his point. The class responded in unison, acknowledging his authority. Shota instructed them to retrieve the syllabus from the classroom, change, and behave, before ominously stating he had somewhere to be and walking away. Izuku suggested to Eri that they should get to Gym Gamma before Shota noticed them. Eri nodded as he set her down. "I already know," she replied. Suddenly, they were startled as Eri clung to Izuku's leg, and they turned to find Shota standing right in front of them. Izuku was astonished, questioning how he had appeared so suddenly. Shota simply pointed to Eri's horn, which would have been visible over the wall. Eri looked down, apologizing and asking if they were in trouble, her eyes wide with fear as she wondered if they were expelled. Shota was taken aback, asking why she would think that. Eri explained that Izuku had told her that students who did really bad things were expelled. Shota glanced at Izuku, who shrugged, indicating he had no idea how to explain it to her. With a sigh, Shota walked away, stating he would show them the way to Gym Gamma. Later, Eri asked if Izuku had covered her eyes when Mirio had used his quirk. Izuku confirmed that he had. Eri, curious, wanted to know what had happened. Shota sighed in relief, glad the children were safe. Mirio asked Tamaki and Nijire what they wanted to do for the rest of the day as they sat in the classroom, while the rest of their classmates chatted or left. Technically, they were supposed to be in homeroom, but their teacher was absent. Nijire suggested exploring the campus, her excitement evident. Tamaki pointed out that Mr. Izawa had instructed them not to get into trouble or sneak around. Mirio pondered for a moment before declaring that wandering around didn't count as sneaking, so they could go. Nijire was eager to get to know their new campus, and Mirio followed her enthusiasm. Tamaki hesitated but eventually joined his friends. As they wandered, they saw little of interest, just pathways leading to training grounds and mock cities. However, as they passed by a gym, they heard a loud crash, and the lights flickered. Curious, Mirio suggested they check it out, believing someone might be training. He opened the door slightly, with Nijire peeking beneath him and Tamaki following suit. Inside, they spotted Izawa and another hero supervising two children using what appeared to be their quirks. A little girl with a glowing horn was turning clones of the hero ectoplasm into goo, while a green-haired boy was floating and maneuvering small cement blocks surrounded by electronic devices. Tamaki noted that Mirio was correct. It certainly looked like training. Nijire questioned why the children were receiving training at such a young age and wondered if they were Mr. Izawa's kids, her excitement palpable. The boys shushed her as they continued to observe the session. Suddenly, Mirio realized Mr. Izawa was behind them, startling the trio and causing them to tumble into the gym, catching the attention of the two children, who looked surprised. The green-haired boy reacted quickly, warning about the falling blocks. Just then, the three felt an unusual sensation, as if something was being pulled from them. Mr. Izawa cursed and instructed Izuku to move the blocks away. As the blocks were safely repositioned, Izawa's eyes glowed red, and his hair floated, causing the blocks to crash to the ground. The pulling sensation ceased. Izawa checked on everyone, ensuring they were okay. Ectoplasm confirmed that he felt the pull but was otherwise fine, and the little girl, Eri, nodded in agreement. Izuku, sitting on the floor, apologized for losing control. Izawa reassured him before turning to the three students on the ground, asking if they were all right. Mirio, confused, questioned why they wouldn't be fine. Izawa explained that they had interrupted a potentially dangerous training session. Tamaki pointed out that they might have caused trouble, to which his friends reacted in disbelief. Eri raised her hand, asking if they were expelled, which horrified the trio. Izawa sighed, rubbing his nose in exasperation. Nijire asked if they were really not expelled. Izawa clarified that they had only startled a child, but emphasized the importance of being cautious around the kids with dangerous quirks. He instructed them to avoid making the children feel threatened. Tamaki expressed his nervousness about meeting the kids, while Mirio and Nijire were excited. Izawa explained that since they had interrupted the training, it was only fair to introduce themselves. He reminded them to be respectful and not to let Izuku overwhelm them. Inside the gym, Izuku and Eri were sitting on the floor. Izuku floated apple slices around Eri's head as she tried to catch them, cheering when she succeeded. Izuku marveled at her skill, noting her impressive score. The sound of the door opening drew Izuku's attention to Izawa and the three hero students entering the gym. He looked back at Eri to remind her to put the apples away, only to find that the slices he had been floating around were gone. Eri appeared to have her mouth full. He asked her where the slices had gone, but all Eri did was hum an uncertain response before swallowing heavily. They stood together as Shota approached. Shota walked up to the two and introduced them as Eri and Izuku, then stepped aside to gesture for the three friends to step forward. He encouraged them to introduce themselves. Before anyone could speak, Eri quickly hid behind Izuku's legs, trying to shield herself from the three teenagers. Noticing her shyness, Mirio turned to his friend Tamaki and whispered that he should go first and picture the two children as harmless potatoes. He added this as he noticed Tamaki was shaking. Tamaki hesitated but agreed to try. He stepped forward, and Izuku looked at him with curiosity while Eri peeked out from behind him. Focused on picturing the two children as harmless potatoes. Unfortunately, his intense gaze only frightened Eri further, causing her to hide behind Izuku's legs again and making Izuku uneasy as he instinctively placed a hand on Eri's back, both of them backing away. Off to the side, Shota sighed, wondering if this was a good idea. As Tamaki struggled to maintain his focus, he suddenly found himself in the corner of the gym, trembling. He quietly apologized, explaining that he had tried to picture them as harmless potatoes, but all he could see were their heads changing, which only made it more terrifying. He expressed a desire to go home. Izuku and Eri exchanged confused glances, with Izuku wondering if Tamaki was okay. Nijire bounced up, eager to meet them, assuring them that Tamaki was just shy. She introduced herself enthusiastically, asking if they were Mr. Aizawa's kids. Izuku blushed at being called Shota's child, while Shota pinched the bridge of his nose. Nijire continued to ask questions about their quirks and why they needed special training, overwhelming them. Izuku whispered to Eri, wondering if this was how Cementos felt, but Eri shrugged in response. He clarified that Mr. Aizawa was just their guardian for now and that they preferred not to discuss their quirks with strangers, sounding a bit defensive. Ectoplasm, observing from the sidelines, asked Shota if this was going as he had expected. Shota simply shook his head. Mirio then intervened, lifting Nijire from where she stood and placing her behind him, apologizing for the overwhelming introductions. He turned to the children, who had backed away even more. He scratched the back of his head and acknowledged their rocky start. Mirio decided to start over, sitting down at a respectful distance and extending his hand for Izuku to shake. He introduced himself as Mirio Togata and expressed his pleasure in meeting them. Izuku hesitantly shook his hand, while Eri remained hidden behind his legs, eyeing something to Mirio's right. Noticing her gaze, Mirio picked up a small container and inspected it, asking if it belonged to her. Eri nodded shyly, and he held it out for her to take, encouraging her not to lose it. Eri stepped forward, grasped the container briefly, and pulled it to her chest before opening it and pulling out an apple slice to eat. Mirio exclaimed with delight upon seeing the apple slices, guessing that she liked apples. Eri nodded enthusiastically, saying they were delicious. She then offered him one, and he accepted it, taking a bite while Eri watched eagerly for his reaction. He praised the taste and asked where she had gotten the apples. Eri replied that they were from the kitchen at home, a small smile on her face. Mirio found her answer amusing. Izuku chimed in, joking about Eri's seemingly endless appetite, suggesting she was like a character who devoured everything in sight. Tamaki, feeling braver, approached and asked about the character Izuku mentioned. Eri and Izuku looked at him in confusion, not knowing what he was talking about. Mirio was taken aback, realizing they had missed out on a classic game from the past. Nijire, sitting on the other side of Mirio, gasped and asked who had taken away their childhood, smiling innocently as she expressed her desire to talk. This caused Izuku to laugh, and soon all five of them were sharing a light-hearted moment, despite Eri's initial confusion. She began to feel more at ease, realizing that these three meant no harm, especially since Izuku was laughing along with them. Shota, observing from the side, felt a sense of relief seeing his charges enjoying themselves with his students. He had been prepared to intervene if necessary, but it seemed Mirio had the situation under control. Ectoplasm then inquired if the training session was over, mentioning he needed to prepare his lesson plans for the next day. He offered to report to Nizu while Shota stayed behind. Shota agreed, noting that he suspected Nizu was already aware of the situation, and Ectoplasm nodded before leaving the gym. Shota observed as the children interacted with his students. Izuku expressed his excitement about Mirio's quirk, asking if he could phase through anything. Mirio briefly explained his ability, which sent Izuku into a fanboy frenzy. He marveled at how Mirio could be nearly invincible as long as he activated his quirk in time and inquired about any drawbacks. Mirio acknowledged that there were indeed a few drawbacks. When he permeated, he lost the ability to see or hear anything, and he couldn't breathe. Everything passed through him, including light, air, and vibrations. Izuku listened intently, concern etched on his face as he jotted down notes. Mirio reassured him that while it could be frightening, he had grown accustomed to it. As long as he made himself tangible again, he would be fine. He continued, explaining that if he used his quirk on his feet, he would fall straight through the ground. Fortunately, when he deactivated it, he would be launched back up, a phenomenon he humorously attributed to physics. Izuku, now fully engaged, excitedly analyzed the implications of Mirio's quirk. He pointed out that Mirio could enhance the force of his attacks or move quickly if he learned to control where he exited the ground. He noted that a costume could pose a problem since it would fall off during use. Mirio flinched slightly at the thought of losing his pants again. Izuku continued, suggesting that Mirio could weave his DNA into the fabric of his costume, allowing him to permeate both himself and his outfit. He rapidly scribbled in his notebook, generating smoke from his speed. Suddenly, Izuku froze, realizing he had fallen into one of his mutter storms, something he hadn't done in a long time. He felt a wave of shame wash over him, worrying that his classmates might find him creepy. Mirio broke the silence, expressing his amazement at Izuku's ideas. He had not considered many of them, especially the physics aspect that could enhance his attacks. Mirio's enthusiastic response surprised Izuku, who looked up with hopeful disbelief. He hesitated, stuttering as he asked if Mirio found his analysis creepy or unnerving. Mirio quickly reassured him, emphasizing how much time Izuku had saved him in his training, especially on the first day of school. He patted Izuku on the shoulder, thanking him. Izuku felt a swell of happiness and pride at the acknowledgement, especially coming from a hero student. He recalled how others had previously labeled his muttering as creepy, so he had tried to keep his thoughts to himself. Hearing Mirio's praise made him feel validated. Shota interjected, reminding the group that ideas like Izuku's were essential for heroes. He emphasized the importance of thinking outside the box and using strategies that others might overlook. He noticed Izuku doubting himself again, a recurring issue he would need to address. Shota believed this was more in line with Mike or Nemuri's expertise. He encouraged Izuku not to be ashamed of sharing his ideas, as they could be invaluable to others. Izuku nodded, small tears forming in his eyes as he affirmed his understanding. Nijire, ever energetic, eagerly asked if Izuku could come up with ideas for her next. Tamaki, now with Eri in his lap, leaned in closer, intrigued by what Izuku might suggest. Shota watched the interaction, a slight smile forming as he observed the camaraderie among his students. It reminded him of better times. He saw Nijire make Eri laugh, a moment that stirred memories of what could have been. Eri's innocent voice broke through the moment, asking if they could keep the hero students. Shota was momentarily taken aback, questioning what she meant. Eri's playful nature brought a lightness to the atmosphere, a reminder of the joy in their interactions. Later, Mirio, Tamaki, and Nijire were surprised when Aizawa asked them to stay after class. They had been visiting Izuku and Eri during lunch and after school, and the children had grown fond of them, even dropping formalities to use first names. Aizawa confirmed that he needed them to watch over the kids while he attended to a mission. He stressed the importance of ensuring that Izuku and Eri felt comfortable with whoever was responsible for them. Tamaki inquired about other staff members, curious about why they couldn't help. Aizawa informed them that Cementos was still recovering, leaving the 3 students as the best option for the task at hand. Izuku and Eri stood nervously by the UA gates, aware that they were about to spend time in public with Mirio, Tamaki, and Nijire. Although they enjoyed the company of the 3 hero students, anxiety gripped them. They were concerned about the potential dangers of being out in public. Chisaki was likely still searching for them, and every person they encountered could be working for that threat. The fear of hurting someone with their quirks while trying to defend themselves loomed large in their minds. Suddenly, they heard a cheerful voice from below. Mirio Togata smiled at them from inside the ground before bursting out with a shout of excitement. Izuku instinctively covered Eri's eyes and shut his own tightly, worried about what she might see. Eri complained about not being able to see, prompting Izuku to insist that it was for her own good. Nijire's voice came from behind, reassuring them that Mirio was indeed wearing pants, which allowed Izuku to relax and uncover Eri's eyes. Mirio proudly explained that he had a pair of pants made from his hair, allowing him to permeate without losing them. Tamaki approached with a shirt and shoes for Mirio, who gratefully accepted them. Mirio then confirmed that Aizawa had informed them about their outing and mentioned that if either Izuku or Eri felt overwhelmed, they could return home. Izuku, hopeful, suggested that they could just go home instead. Nijire encouraged them to enjoy themselves, insisting that they needed to have fun. Mirio chimed in, promising that the arcade they were heading to wouldn't be crowded, as most kids were home studying. Despite his nerves, Izuku decided to give it a try. Eri put on her sun hat to cover her horn, and they agreed to follow their friends. As they arrived at the arcade, Izuku hesitated, glancing at the flashy sign. He voiced his concerns about staying calm, but Mirio reassured him that they had considered the crowd size. Eri, feeling anxious, distracted herself with an apple slice. Taking a deep breath, Izuku agreed to enter, asking his friends to stay close. Nijire affectionately ruffled his hair, prompting Tamaki to comment on its fluffiness, which made Izuku blush and complain playfully. With a laugh, Mirio declared it was time to go inside. They entered the arcade and approached the counter, where they received cards to play games. Nijire explained how the cards worked, and Mirio mentioned that Tamaki was knowledgeable about the games, causing Tamaki to blush in embarrassment. They continued to walk until one game caught Izuku's eye. He noticed a game that resembled a pod of some sort, titled Star Wars Starfighter. Nijire pointed out that it was a Star Wars game, explaining that it simulated flying in a starfighter during iconic battles from the movies. Izuku paused for a moment, curiosity evident on his face. He asked what Star Wars was. Mirio froze, and Nijire slowly pulled her head from inside the pod. She walked over to Izuku, placed her hands on his shoulders, looked him in the eye, and began shaking him, emphasizing each word with a shake as she exclaimed who had taken his childhood. Izuku, feeling overwhelmed, pleaded for her to stop shaking him. Mirio laughed at his friends but then noticed something important. His eyes widened, and he quickly shoved Izuku toward the game, suggesting he give it a try since it was a single-player experience. He encouraged Izuku to have fun and report back on how it was. Izuku, confused but compliant, agreed before Mirio shut the door to the pod. Nijire questioned Mirio's odd behavior, prompting him to whisper about the whereabouts of Eri and Tamaki. Nijire took a moment to process this before her eyes widened in realization. She looked around, noticing that the two shyest members of their group were missing. Panic set in as she asked where they had gone. Mirio admitted he didn't know. Nijire urged him to find them before something went wrong. Just then, Izuku emerged from the pod, looking for Eri to see if she wanted to watch him play. He noticed Mirio and Nijire's panicked expressions and asked again where Eri and Tamaki were. Nijire, still panicking, asked who he was referring to. Izuku repeated their names, his tone growing more serious as he felt a strange pressure building within him. Mirio attempted to calm him down, but he was interrupted by an unsettling sensation. As the lights began to flicker and the games around Izuku glitched, he demanded to know where they were, his pupils narrowing. Nijire tried to reassure him, stating that they were likely nearby, but Izuku's anxiety escalated as he raised his voice, asking where Eri was. Suddenly, Eri's voice caught their attention. She approached with a purple stuffed dragon adorned with sparkling scales, Tamaki following closely behind her. She excitedly showed off her new toy, but her smile faded as she noticed Izuku's distress. Concerned, she asked if he was okay. Izuku stared at her for a moment before kneeling down to pull her into a hug, assuring her that he was fine and that the dragon was indeed beautiful. As he calmed down, the pressure lifted, and the lights and games returned to normal. Mirio and Nijire let out a breath of relief, happy that Izuku had settled down. Nijire then turned to Tamaki, who looked confused by the earlier tension, and scolded him for wandering off. Tamaki, realizing his mistake, apologized, explaining that he thought they had heard him when he mentioned playing the claw machine and hadn't realized Eri had stopped to watch him win the dragon. Mirio reassured him that no harm was done and that the crisis had been averted. Nijire tried to maintain her facade of anger but quickly softened, admitting she couldn't stay mad at him. Mirio checked on the two kids still hugging. He asked Izuku if he was okay. Izuku took a deep breath and stood up, Eri taking his hand. He acknowledged that he was fine and apologized for overreacting. Nijire kindly offered to let him play the game now, opening the pod once more. Izuku agreed and asked Eri if she wanted to watch him play. She smiled and nodded, and together they entered the pod. As they wandered the arcade, Nijire expressed her frustration at not finding a game they could all play together. Most games were either one-player or two-player, and they were searching for at least a four-player game. Mirio pointed out that most arcade games weren't designed for more than 2 players. Izuku spotted a shooter game with 4 seats and 4 fake guns. He pointed it out, reading the title, Halo, Fire Team Raven. He asked what it was. Mirio immediately recognized it and approached the game, excited to see it. Izuku inquired again about Halo. Before Mirio could respond, Tamaki explained that Halo was a pre-Quirk console video game about a war between humanity and an alien alliance known as the Covenant. He described Fireteam Raven as an arcade adaptation of the first game, where players fought through levels as elite soldiers and occasionally encountered the main character, a super soldier named Master Chief. Realizing he had gone on a bit, Tamaki blushed in embarrassment. Eri exclaimed that it was spreading, causing everyone to laugh. Tamaki summarized that in essence, players fought aliens. Izuku, intrigued, hopped into a seat and swiped his card. The others quickly joined him, with Eri sharing a seat with Nijire. As they progressed through the first level, Izuku learned the callouts and differences between the various Covenant aliens, such as elites and jackals. Eri giggled at the grunts' antics, pointing out how funny they looked. They worked together as a team, taking down waves of enemies, with Mirio and Tamaki getting excited whenever Master Chief appeared. When the flood emerged, Izuku quickly adapted, aiming for their weak spots while Mirio finished them off. Tamaki explained that the flood was a hive mind of infected beings, which made Izuku feel uneasy. The thought of bodies being hijacked for an evil purpose unsettled him, but he reassured himself that it was just a game. By the time they completed the last level, they had exhausted the remaining turns on their cards. Tamaki scored the highest, with Izuku not far behind him. Tamaki complimented Izuku on his skills, noting how impressive he was. Izuku, scratching the back of his head, explained that it was simply a matter of adapting to the AI's behavior, and it hadn't been too difficult. Nijire, pouting, expressed her frustration at finishing last and mentioned how often she had died during the game. Eri comforted her with a gentle pat on the head. Mirio pointed out that Nijire had only died 3 times at most in each mission, which was commendable given the average player's performance in rail shooters. Despite this, Nijire continued to pout. Eri encouraged Nijire, telling her she did great. Grateful for the support, Nijire hugged Eri tightly and decided to carry her home, handing her apple container to Tamaki to hold. As they walked toward the front, Mirio asked Izuku about his thoughts on the arcade, noting that they didn't have enough points for proper prizes. Izuku took a moment to reflect and concluded that he had enjoyed spending time with everyone, offering them a genuine smile. It felt good to smile again after the challenges he and Eri had faced, and being with his friends had helped lift his spirits. Mirio placed a comforting hand on Izuku's shoulder, expressing his support for both him and Eri. He assured them that if they ever wanted to go out and simply enjoy being kids, the 3 of them would be there for them. Izuku expressed his gratitude to the 3 heroes in training, then turned to Eri, wondering if she had enjoyed the arcade. He looked over to Nijire, who was holding a now sleeping Eri in her arms, cuddling with her dragon and wearing a small smile. Izuku couldn't help but smile at the sight. He thought to himself that this was a definite sign of Eri's enjoyment. Izuku sat on the living room floor, his eyes glued to the TV as the news anchor reported on a recent hostage situation involving All Might. The number 1 hero was in a precarious position, facing bank robbers who threatened the lives of their hostages if their demands were not met. Despite All Might's unmatched speed, he knew he couldn't neutralize all the villains before one of them harmed a hostage. As the situation escalated, All Might listened to the villain's demands from a balcony, where one of the criminals held a hostage with a knife poised dangerously close. Just when it seemed the villains would get their way, All Might raised his fingers to his ear, flashed his iconic smile, and boldly challenged the villain's authority. He declared that the only hostage in danger was the man in the villain's grasp, but even he was not truly at risk. Just then, an invisible force yanked the knife away from the hostage's throat, and chains emerged from the entrance of the bank, wrapping around both the villain and the hostage. The hostage was pulled back inside as a green blur burst forth, delivering a swift kick to the villain, sending him tumbling off the balcony. Suspended in midair by the chains, the villain found himself face to face with a smiling All Might who pointed to the balcony above. The news camera captured the moment, revealing a hooded figure with glowing green eyes holding the chains. As cheers erupted from the crowd, police and other heroes, including All Might, moved in to secure the area and escort the hostages to safety. Once the villain was properly restrained, the chains returned to their wielder, who gracefully landed as All Might emerged from the bank, carrying a large, unconscious criminal over his shoulder. The news anchor reported that thanks to the silent arrival of the Wisp, Viridian, all villains had been subdued and the hostages were safely extracted. All Might had strategically distracted the villains while Viridian handled the threat inside without revealing her presence. The co-anchor expressed amazement at how one individual, not the number one hero, managed to take down so many villains so effectively. Izuku, fully engaged, was disappointed when the TV abruptly turned off. He complained about missing the news, but his mother reminded him that he had been watching for quite some time and suggested he take a break before dinner. Izuku insisted that Viridian had helped All Might and was eager to share what he had seen. However, when he turned to tell his mother about the hero, he was startled to see a woman with her face obscured by a shadowy mist. Confused and frightened, Izuku questioned who she was, realizing she was not his mother. The woman approached him, her voice distorted, asking if he was okay. As she drew closer, the world around her began to crumble. Izuku felt a wave of panic wash over him as static filled his ears. He backed into a corner, overwhelmed by the realization that this was not the mother he remembered. In that moment he couldn't recall her face. Suddenly, a voice urged him to wake up. Izuku jolted awake in a cold sweat, items around his room levitating as adrenaline coursed through his body. He lay there, breathing heavily for a moment before realizing what he was doing and slowly lowered everything back down. What was that? Sitting up in bed, he looked around to confirm he was in his and Eri's room. To his left, he saw the little girl sleeping peacefully, cuddling her dragon plushie as small breaths escaped her mouth. She was okay. A sharp pain made Izuku reach a hand to the back of his head, a hiss escaping his lips. When he looked up, his eyes drifted to the poster of his mom, the pain spiking again for a moment as thoughts of her flooded his mind. Did he really not know her at all? He hoped Aizawa hadn't felt that. He thought about his Quirk reacting to his dream. Eri didn't feel the effects of Siphon, but Aizawa did. Since he hadn't busted down the door yet, Izuku guessed he was in the clear. Glancing at the clock on the nightstand, he noted it was 4. There was no point in going back to sleep, so he got up to find something to eat. It was going to be a long day. Something was wrong with Izuku. Shota reminded himself of this as he watched the boy space out again while lifting various objects. Izuku had taken to his Quirk like a duck to water and made fast progress with his telekinesis. Siphon seemed to be the only issue, as Izuku constantly pulled more energy than he intended. Other than that, it had been a productive month. But today, Izuku seemed distant. He was usually so focused on mastering his Quirk, but now his eyes suggested he was somewhere else entirely. Shota had his suspicions that morning when he saw the boy in the kitchen, nibbling on some carrots, not even noticing Shota's entrance. His gaze was unfocused then too. This had been happening all day, even during his lessons with Nizu, from what the rat had told him. As for what could be bothering him, there were many possibilities. He had been kidnapped, subjected to possible experimentation, witnessed violence, and almost died trying to escape. He had nearly harmed the staff on his first day of training. And that didn't even touch on the memory loss he suffered or his reaction to discovering his mom was gone. Yes, a lot could be weighing on Izuku right now. Shota realized he would need some help with this. Why couldn't he remember her? He could recall the names and faces of every hero in his notebooks by heart, but when it came to remembering his mom, he constantly drew a blank, and the pain in his head made itself known. He had been trying all day to bring up something, even her voice, but nothing came to mind. Did he just not know her well? No, that couldn't be it. Or could it? Hero work might have kept her busy, so she probably didn't spend much time with him. He didn't know. An apple slice poking his cheek snapped him back to reality. He looked to his left to see Eri being held up by a smiling Mirio, the little girl offering him an apple slice. Mirio dragged out the word, greeting him playfully, and asked if he was there. Izuku responded, slightly confused, and looked down. Tamaki noted that he didn't seem present, while Nijire, floating in the air, commented on how usually she was the one spaced out in concentration. She had been trying to use her quirk for flight since Izuku suggested it, although it hadn't gone well during the sports festival. Izuku debated whether to share what had been bothering him. What could they even say to help? They didn't know his mom as a person. They didn't even know she was Viridian. A small frown crossed his face at the reminder of her absence. It felt strange to miss someone he didn't even know. He shook his head and looked up at Nijire, insisting he was okay and changing the subject to her flying progress. "Hey, Ms. Nemuri?" he asked. Nemuri's eye twitched at his words. She knew he called her that on purpose. He smirked, teasing her about it, before seriously asking if he could pose a question. They were sitting on the couch in the living room while Shota gave Eri a bath, passing the time with TV. Nemuri had noticed Izuku seemed distant the whole time, which aligned with what Shota had mentioned about him being in a funk today. Now seemed like a good opportunity to find out what was bothering him. "Sure. What's on your mind?" she asked, not expecting the question that followed. "What was my mom like?" She stared at him, trying to process his words as he gazed ahead, avoiding her eyes. She had known he would ask eventually, yet she still wasn't prepared to answer. Where would she even begin? "Do you want to be a little more specific? Do you mean what she was like as a person, or as a hero?" "As a mom." He still didn't meet her gaze, and it was a good thing as she felt panic rising within her. How was she supposed to respond to that? What kind of answer did he even want? Almost as if reading her mind, Izuku clarified. He expressed that he knew they had never discussed it, but they had been close to her. He probably knew them before but had forgotten. He apologized for not remembering and admitted he was just curious about what she was like as his mom, hoping she could tell him since he couldn't remember. He let out a sad laugh, unaware of the impact of his words. Nemuri's heart sank as she realized something they hadn't considered. Izuku believed he didn't remember them, which wasn't true. She first met him that morning after his and Eri's escape, Shota the night of the escape, and Hizashi a few days later. Oh no. How could she tell him that his mom had hidden his existence from them? That they had never met until that day at the hospital? "Izuku? Why are you looking at me like that?" He had turned to face her, noticing her troubled expression. "Come here," she said, raising an arm and motioning for him to sit closer. He scooted closer to her, and she wrapped her arm around him, pulling him into her side. She needed him to understand something important. He nodded, prompting her to continue. She explained that his mother had reasons for her actions. Although they might never fully understand those reasons, they existed. Did he understand her? Izuku's face filled with doubt as he asked where she was going with this and what his mother had done. Nemuri revealed that they had never met him until the week he escaped. Before that, they had no knowledge of his existence. How else could she convey this truth? He would find out eventually. Izuku backed away on the couch, staring at her in disbelief. He questioned how it was possible that they had never met, insisting that he thought they were close friends with his mother. His breathing became short and shallow. Nemuri urged him to breathe, trying to calm him. The TV flickered to static for a moment, but she remained focused on him. She attempted to explain further. He interrupted, demanding to know how she could explain that his mother had kept him hidden from her closest friends. He stood up, retreating toward the back door, confusion and anger evident on his face. Oddly, Nemuri hadn't felt the effects of siphon, even as the electrical devices in the room began to malfunction. He questioned why his mother would hide him and what reason she could possibly have for doing so. Nemuri pleaded with him to listen, but before she could continue, Shota entered the room carrying a pajama-clad Eri, drawing her attention. The sound of rapid footsteps caught their attention as Izuku dashed out the back door. Nemuri called after him, but when she stepped outside, he was nowhere to be found. Shota suggested he might be on the roof. She asked how he knew that. He explained that he could hear Izuku's footsteps from inside. He encouraged her to talk to him and pointed to a ladder nearby, offering it in case she needed it before heading back inside. Instead of using the ladder, Nemuri showcased her agility by climbing onto the roof. As she surveyed the area, she heard a faint sniffle and followed the sound to find Izuku hiding. She chose to sit silently at a distance from the distressed boy. They remained in that quiet space for what felt like an eternity, with only Izuku's soft sniffles breaking the silence. Finally, he whispered a question that pierced the stillness of the night. He wanted to know why his mother had hidden him from her friends. Did she feel ashamed of him? Nemuri immediately reassured him that his mother would never be ashamed of him. She questioned why he would think that. Izuku explained that he hadn't even known he had a quirk until that week they escaped. Before that, he must have been seen as quirkless, and he reasoned that it didn't take a genius to understand how quirkless individuals were treated. He speculated that his mother must have been ashamed of his existence, especially as the number 7 hero. His sad laugh turned into a sob as he struggled to hold back his tears. Nemuri moved a little closer but maintained a respectful distance. She assured him that his mother would never have been ashamed of him. She was too kind to be a terrible mother. As she searched for the right words to convince him of the love he had before his kidnapping, inspiration struck her. She asked if he wanted to know what his mother was like as a mother. When he turned to look at her, his green eyes glimmered in the moonlight. She began to recount how his mother always knew when something was wrong. No matter how good an actor he thought he was, he could never hide his feelings from her. She had a special look that would make him confess everything, and she would listen patiently. If he failed to save someone, she would comfort him, assuring him that he had done everything he could, and that meant the world to her. As Nemuri spoke, she felt a tear slide down her cheek, realizing she was crying too. She shared that his mother would tell her it was okay to cry, dispelling her fears of being seen as weak. She turned to Izuku, who was now looking at her with wide eyes and tears streaming down his face. She expressed how loving his mother was, making it hard to believe she was real. Sometimes she found herself wishing Inko was her own mother. She reached out and pulled Izuku into a hug, and he buried himself in her embrace as he cried. Nemuri assured him that she was certain his mother loved him with every fiber of her being. While she couldn't explain why Inko had hidden him, she could explain the depth of her love. He should never doubt that, as someone like Inko Midoriya could never feel anything but love for her child. Izuku didn't respond verbally but nodded as he began to cry freely. She asked if he wanted to hear more, and he nodded again. She smiled and decided to tell him about his mother's Mama Bear mode, warning him that it was not a good idea to be on her bad side when she was like that. And so, they sat on the roof, with Nemuri sharing stories of how Inko would be affectionately referred to as Mamadoriya, a nickname that she and Hisashi used. She was certain that Shota thought of her that way in his mind as well. When Izuku eventually fell asleep in her arms, she carried him back down and laid him in his and Eri's bed, where the little girl awaited him. Eri whispered in a worried tone, asking if he was okay. Nemuri reassured her that he was fine, just a little sad about his mother. Eri looked down at the word, mother, and expressed that she sometimes missed her own. However, she felt comforted knowing she had Izuku and Nemuri, who didn't see her as a burden like her mother did. Nemuri pulled Eri into a hug before tucking her into bed. She assured her that no one thought she was a burden and that they would look after her and Izuku. Eri yawned as she cuddled her dragon plushie, scooting closer to Izuku, feeling safe and loved. My big brother deserves that, she said in a sleepy voice before drifting off to sleep, unaware of her words. Nemuri had to try very hard to suppress her excitement. Shota asked Nemuri as she exited the room how he was doing. Nemuri looked at Shota, trying to find the right words to describe what had happened. On a scale of 1 to 10, she would rate the outcome. It could have been much worse. Shota hummed as they walked to the front door. On the plus side, she thought he was getting a better handle on siphoning. Earlier, when everything was chaotic, she hadn't felt the pull he had described. That was good, Shota replied, though he sensed that this problem wasn't fully resolved. Nemuri gave him a knowing look. She understood that Shota wasn't the best at providing emotional support, But even he should realize that it would take more than one conversation for him to move past this. Shota acknowledged this, and they paused at the door. You know, his birthday is coming in the summer, Nemuri mentioned. Do you think that would be a good time to give him? You know? You want me to start that already? Shota responded. We don't even know if he wants to be a hero. Have you seen how he looks at heroes? Nemuri countered. His old notebooks are literally titled, Hero Analysis for the Future. The kid was studying heroes to learn from them. And from what you told me, he's working hard to master his quirk quickly. There's no way he doesn't want to be a hero. Shota sighed, contemplating her words. All right, I'll ask him if he wants to start physical training tomorrow. He's advanced enough in his quirk training that it wouldn't set us back. But you'll have to watch Eri while I train him. You make it sound like watching that little unicorn is a punishment, Nemuri laughed. Just make sure Izuku's ready for his birthday, she said as she walked to her car. Make sure you have the present ready. Shota shot back before Nemuri got into her car and drove off into the night. The chapter was more plot-driven today. The writer hoped it turned out well, despite feeling tired while writing it. They might go back to update parts if they found something that could be improved. The beauty of editing, right? They hoped everyone enjoyed this chapter. The sports festival was skipped because it seemed unnecessary to write out. For those interested, the big three didn't make it to the finals but performed well up to the second round. Izuku and Eri didn't attend the event due to the crowd and their anxiety, making it a boring chapter to write. The writer meant it when they said Inko, despite being gone, plays a bigger role in this story. They hoped everyone found the upcoming plans interesting and were excited about writing it. Next time, Shota begins Izuku's real training. What could Shota and Nemuri have been discussing? What do they have planned for Izuku's birthday? What could the present be? Find out next time on The Only Family I Have. Have a great day or night. Come on, get up, we just started, someone urged. We started an hour ago. Came the reply. Like I said, we just started. Izuku lay on the floor of one of UA's proper training rooms. Gyms surrounded them, equipment scattered as Izuku lay on a mat, sweating. Shota stood over him, observing as Izuku took deep breaths. Shota reminded him that they were moving on to arm exercises while the rest of his body rested. He noted that Izuku had agreed to the training and should not complain about it. Izuku looked up at him and asked for assistance to get up. Shota extended a hand, and Izuku took it, his trainer helping him to his feet. Curious, Izuku inquired why they were training this way, questioning if they were supposed to follow a specific routine. Shota explained that typically, they would, but he was assessing Izuku's current capabilities to create a tailored plan based on his performance. With a serious expression, Shota emphasized that he expected Izuku to give his all. Any sign of holding back would result in Shota refusing to train him. Izuku sighed and acknowledged the instruction. Shota then directed him to start with the equipment, to which Izuku muttered his frustration. Meanwhile, Nijire approached, noticing Izuku's exhaustion and asking what had been happening. Izuku replied that Aizawa had been pushing him hard. Tamaki chimed in, recalling that Aizawa was overseeing Izuku's training, while Mirio expressed surprise and wished him luck. Izuku clarified that it was just physical training, but it was still incredibly challenging. As he lay on the floor of Gym Gamma, Izuku reached out to Eri. She quickly grabbed a water bottle nearby and held it out to him. The bottle floated from her hand, its cap unscrewing as it tilted to pour water into Izuku's waiting hands. Izuku's mouth opened in surprise as Mirio commented on his progress. Mirio noted that it felt natural now, almost as if he had been using his quirk for years. Izuku admitted that being ahead in his quirk training was the reason Aizawa suggested starting physical training, and he expressed a wish that he had stuck with quirk training instead. Nijire floated over to Izuku, encouraging him by saying that he would be much stronger by the end of the training. She suggested that his physical strength might even enhance his quirk, though they couldn't be sure. Tamaki chimed in, reminding them that being physically fit was beneficial regardless. He pointed out Mirio as an example of someone who took physical training seriously. Izuku contemplated their words. While he had a solid grasp of his telekinesis, he recognized that he couldn't solely depend on it due to the energy required to use it. Like Mirio, developing his natural strength would be wise. He sat up, realizing they were right and resolved to give his all. As he and Shota prepared to run on the beach, Izuku asked if they were just going to run. Shota raised an eyebrow, clarifying that he wasn't planning on making Izuku do intense workouts all the time. Izuku admitted that, given Shota's reputation, he had expected something more rigorous. Shota reassured him that the focus was on building stamina and urged him to keep up as he took off, with Izuku following closely behind. Meanwhile, Nizu sat in his office, sipping tea and waiting for the next event to unfold. Namuri Kayama burst into Nizu's office, clearly in need of assistance. Nizu set down his cup of tea and acknowledged her presence, reminding her that knocking was an option. Namuri, however, insisted that he knew she was coming and approached his desk, a wooden box tucked under her left arm. She explained that she needed his help regarding Izuku. Nizu's interest piqued at the mention of Izuku. He inquired if something was wrong, noting that matters of emotion were not his forte. Namuri quickly reassured him that she would rather ask Shota for help than burden him with emotional concerns. She revealed that Izuku's birthday was approaching, and she needed his assistance in selecting a present. With that, she placed the box on the table and began to open it. Nizu hesitated, expressing his reluctance to get involved. However, his words faltered when Namuri revealed the contents of the box. Surprised, he asked how she had acquired such items. She admitted to having them for some time and looked at him expectantly, asking for his help. After a moment of contemplation, Nizu agreed to pull a few strings, assuring her that they would be ready by July 15th. A month into his training, Shota had Izuku practicing free running in Training Ground Gamma. Izuku navigated the industrial terrain with surprising skill, collecting flags scattered throughout the area. His goal was to gather all the flags without pausing, and any time he stopped, they would reset, with the flags relocated. After a vigorous run, Izuku slid to a stop in front of Shota, breathless and holding a handful of flags. He asked how he had performed. Shota complimented him but instructed him to leave the flags and run to the other side of the training ground, emphasizing the need to keep moving. Izuku nodded, dropped the flags, and sprinted toward the exit. As his birthday approached, Izuku found himself reflecting on past celebrations he could barely remember. With this being his first birthday since his kidnapping, it felt like a new beginning. One morning, while changing for his run, Eri pointed out that his stomach looked different. Confused, Izuku looked down to see the outline of his abs, surprised at the quick progress. Meanwhile, Shota monitored Izuku's training through a camera drone as he navigated the forest of Ground Omega. The exercise involved finding 6 different colored stones, and Izuku had already located 4. He had been searching for an hour and was closing in on the last 2 stones. As he continued his search, Izuku felt a gentle hand patting his cheek, pulling him from his slumber. Eri was trying to wake him, but he mumbled for her to stop. Hizashi, also known as Mr. Mike, assured Eri he would handle it. With a loud and enthusiastic wake-up call, Izuku startled awake and tumbled out of bed, landing awkwardly. Eri peeked over the bed, giggling as she asked if he was okay. Izuku rubbed his ears, still recovering from the loud wake-up call, and thanked Hizashi for it. Hizashi reminded him that it was his birthday, prompting Izuku's eyes to widen in realization. After getting dressed, Izuku stepped through the UA gates with Eri and Hizashi. Suddenly, he was tackled by 3 excited hero students who greeted him with enthusiastic birthday wishes. Struggling to breathe, he was quickly released and learned that they had come to celebrate his special day despite their training camp. Mirio explained that they would focus on Izuku today since he was younger, and they would celebrate his birthday tomorrow. As they embraced him again, Izuku felt a warmth in his heart, realizing how much they cared. The playful teasing about his hair only added to the joy of the moment. Namuri captured the scene on her phone, delighting in the precious interaction. Izuku, feeling overwhelmed yet happy, closed his eyes and smiled, embracing the love and camaraderie surrounding him. Nizu observed the group as they enjoyed movies and video games in one of UA's theaters, amused by Hato's desire to revive Izuku and Eri's childhood. Just then, he received a message confirming the arrival of special guests, adding to the excitement of the day. Time to give them a welcome and introduce them to Izuku. Nijire wondered why they had thought it was a good idea to let Izuku and Tamaki be on the same team, as she and Mirio lost their third game in a row at Halo 3 TDM. Mirio admitted that, in hindsight, it was a really bad idea. Nijire complained that she wanted Izuku on her team next, and Izuku laughed at her frustration. Nizu's voice drew their attention as he approached from the entrance of the theater. Shota was sitting in the corner of the back row, emerging from his sleeping bag as the principal walked down the aisle. Nizu announced that they had some special guests eager to meet Izuku. Curious, Izuku asked who they were. Nizu explained that he had to pull a few strings to get them there and called for Mr. Shield to come inside. An American man with brown hair and glasses entered, holding a wooden box. He spoke in perfect Japanese, telling Nizu to just call him David and not to worry about formalities. He then smiled at Izuku, noting how much he resembled her. Confused, Izuku introduced himself, and David extended his hand for a handshake, which Izuku accepted. David introduced himself as David Shield and expressed his pleasure at finally meeting Izuku. Izuku felt a throbbing pain in the back of his head but managed to say that he felt he should know David from somewhere. Nizu explained that David was one of the leading scientists in hero support tech research and engineering, to which David added that Melissa might one day take that title from him. When Izuku looked behind David, he saw no one there and asked who Melissa was. David, realizing she was missing, expressed concern about her whereabouts. Nizu chuckled, admitting he should have mentioned that Melissa had gone to the support studio on their way there. David sighed good-naturedly and suggested they find her, asking Nizu to lead the way. Nizu happily obliged, prompting Izuku to follow them out of the theater. Shota intended to follow as well but turned back to remind his friends to watch Eri before leaving. Back in the game, Nijire wore a confident smile, declaring that with Izuku not on their team, they were sure to win. Mirio pointed out that they had Tamaki outnumbered 2-1, to which Tamaki merely smirked, indicating it was an even fight. Eri watched as Tamaki skillfully dominated his opponents. Meanwhile, Melissa Shield was not the type to worry or panic over minor concerns. She felt overjoyed when her dad asked her to help create something special. However, she wished he had told her it was a birthday present for Auntie Inko's son. The realization that she had a cousin she had never met left her with a whirlwind of questions. Inko had always visited Island for expos, spending time with Melissa while David was busy. She had never brought her son along, and Melissa was determined to make a good first impression with her gift. As she prepared her creation, she recalled the emotional moment when her dad had told her that Inko wouldn't be coming to the expo that year. The memory of her tears that night lingered, but she wiped away a stray tear as she ensured everything was functioning perfectly. Suddenly, her dad's voice startled her. He stood in the doorway of the support studio with Principal Nizu by his side, reminding her that it was rude to use someone else's equipment without asking. Melissa apologized, and Nizu reassured her that it was all right, suggesting she should apologize to Power Loader instead. Something green caught Melissa's attention, and she turned to see a boy her age with green hair, freckles, and green eyes. He introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, bowing slightly. Melissa returned the greeting, but then panicked as she realized her gift was not hidden. She urged Izuku to look away while she quickly put it out of sight. Izuku complied, asking what was wrong. Melissa sighed in relief as she finished organizing her workspace and invited him to look again. When he turned back, he saw her hunched over the workbench with 2 green bracelets on top. An awkward silence filled the air as Melissa avoided eye contact, feeling embarrassed about the first impression she was making. David broke the silence, commenting on the situation, while Nizu added that it seemed to be a recurring theme at the school. Shota entered, leaning against a nearby workstation, and Melissa finally spoke up, expressing her pleasure at meeting Izuku and revealing that she had known his mother. Izuku responded sarcastically, noting that it seemed to be a recurring theme in his life. He was puzzled by her use of auntie to refer to Inko. Melissa admitted she knew her, and Izuku's confusion deepened, feeling that everyone seemed to know his mother except him. David suggested they head back to the theater now that they had found Melissa, motioning for her to wrap things up. She grabbed the green bracelets and followed everyone out, walking alongside Izuku. Curious, she asked how old he was now. He replied that he was 14. Though this may as well be his first birthday, Izuku thought to himself. He was asked how come, and after a moment of silence, he decided it wouldn't hurt to share. He explained that during the last 3 years, he had suffered a head injury that resulted in memory loss. He couldn't recall his past 13 birthdays, and while 2 of them had gone uncelebrated for private reasons, the rest remained a mystery to him. The response was sympathetic, and there was a pause as the other person pondered his words. They inquired if the memories he lost included someone important. Izuku understood who she meant. He admitted that he didn't even remember his mother, looking down with a sad smile. Melissa thought to herself that she needed to change the mood. It was his birthday after all. She rummaged through her pocket and pulled out the green bracelets from earlier. She caught his attention and suggested that now might be a good time to give them to him, taking his hand and placing the bracelets in it. Izuku examined the bracelets before putting them on, surprised by their flexibility despite their metallic appearance. He wondered how she knew his measurements. Melissa cryptically replied that she didn't need to know, and with a playful gesture, she promised to explain after the presents. Izuku smiled back, urging her to keep her word. She insisted he just call her Melissa, finding it odd to be referred to as a piece of combat equipment. They both laughed, unaware that the adults were smiling at their interactions. As they entered the theater, they were greeted by a defeated-looking Nijire and Mirio. Izuku asked what had happened in his absence. Tamaki responded that it hadn't been a fair fight. Nijire, with tears in her eyes, pleaded for Izuku's help. Izuku and Melissa struggled to contain their laughter at her dramatic reaction, ultimately failing. He suggested that it was enough of the game and asked if they had brought movies too. Nijire perked up and flew over to a bag in the corner. Mirio pointed at Melissa, asking who she was. Izuku introduced her, mentioning Mirio's enthusiastic wave, Tamaki's shy wave, and Nijire's energetic presence. Nijire called out a greeting as she rifled through her bag. Izuku then noticed that the seat next to him was empty and asked where Eri was. Mirio looked down and realized she wasn't there either. He asked Tamaki if he had seen her, and Tamaki looked around, confused. Nijire then confirmed that Eri wasn't with her either, leading to a collective realization that they had lost her again. Shota inquired about the panic, and Nizu explained that Izuku and Eri were very close. If one didn't know where the other was, they would start to panic, which could lead to their quirks going wild. Shota attempted to activate Erasure on Izuku to prevent any chaos. Suddenly, everyone turned to the entrance as Lunch Rush appeared with Eri by his side, holding a cookies and cream milkshake. Relief washed over the group as they called out to Eri. She looked up at Izuku, excitedly showing him her milkshake and claiming it tasted delicious. Izuku smiled at her and noticed everyone was looking at him. He questioned why, realizing the misunderstanding, and face-bombed. He reminded them that he had panicked last time at the arcade, but this was UA, and he knew Eri was safe. Eri approached him, offering a sip of her milkshake, which made him chuckle. He declined, telling her it was hers to enjoy. She took another sip and then looked at Melissa with wide eyes, asking who she was. Izuku introduced them to each other. Eri greeted Melissa, who complimented her, causing Eri to blush and thank her. Nijire then declared that now that they had found the unicorn, they were going to watch Star Wars, determined to give Izuku and Eri a memorable childhood experience. As the movie ended, Izuku admitted he hadn't seen that plot twist coming. Melissa noted that no one had when the movies first came out, and Eri expressed her excitement over the space battles. Mirio acknowledged Nijire's success in her mission, but she insisted that it was just the beginning. Hisashi entered the theater with Namuri, asking if the presents had been given yet. David assured them they were ready, patting the wooden box beside him. Namuri thanked David for his efforts, and he replied that it was his pleasure, mentioning that Melissa seemed to enjoy working on hers. Hisashi called for Izuku to come over and open his present. David handed him the box, explaining that he had done his best to fix them up, knowing Izuku's mother would want him to have them. As Izuku opened the box, he froze at the sight inside a pair of gauntlets, green gauntlets. With chains attached to a mechanism at the bottom of them, the gauntlets caught Izuku's attention. He picked one up and inspected it, curiosity evident on his face. David explained that while they were the same gauntlets his mother wore, he had designed them. They had been in rough condition when he acquired them, and he had repaired as much as he could. Now, they were more of an heirloom, not really suited for use anymore. Izuku inquired about how David had come to possess them, and David simply glanced at Nemuri. She admitted to keeping them, unable to let go of the connection to her friend. Meeting Izuku had changed things, and she believed his mother would have wanted him to have them. Izuku expressed his gratitude, walking up to hug Nemuri, who embraced him back. He then stepped back, pondering David's words. He learned that the gauntlets were not usable anymore, which prompted David to indicate Melissa, who stood beside Izuku. Melissa raised her arms, asking Izuku to mimic her. As he did, the bracelets on his wrists glowed and transformed, covering his forearms and hands. When the transformation ended, he looked down at his new green gauntlets, flexing his hands and finding them easy to move. Unlike his mother's gauntlets, these had a small hook-like attachment at his wrists instead of visible chains. Melissa explained that it had been tricky to get the metal to work as she wanted, but she had managed it. She had been working on something similar, which made the process easier. She excitedly showed him the hook, explaining that he could shoot it out to grab onto things and swing around or use his telekinesis to manipulate the chains. The metal was flexible and durable, which was why she hadn't needed his measurements. She looked up at Izuku, who was staring at her with an unreadable expression, and hoped she hadn't messed up. She gasped when Izuku suddenly pulled her into a hug, whispering his appreciation and love for the gauntlets. Melissa, still in shock, hugged him back, feeling relieved. Nearby, Hisashi nudged Nemuri, commenting that he expected her to tease Izuku about the moment. Nemuri shrugged, deciding to let him enjoy it for now. After separating from Melissa, Izuku turned to the pro-heroes, realizing they had all been in on the surprise. Shota stepped forward, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder and reminding him of their training over the past 2 months. He asked if Izuku wanted to start actual training to become a hero like his mother. Izuku stared at Shota, wide-eyed and speechless, but after a moment, he responded with determination, eager to begin. Meanwhile, Mirio, Tamaki, and Nijire stood frozen in shock, trying to piece together the revelation about Izuku's mother being Viridian. Shota, noticing their confusion, simply stated the fact, prompting Nijire to exclaim in realization, her excitement bubbling over as she declared she had so many questions. Izuku's birthday was not extravagant, as he preferred a simple celebration. Playing video games and watching movie marathons with the big three in Eri was more than enough for him. He felt satisfied with how David and Melissa were introduced into the story, especially on his birthday. Giving Izuku his own chain gauntlets had been a long-held desire, and he was thrilled to finally see it come to fruition. With Melissa's presence, he felt she would be a valuable ally, especially with the maintenance of the gauntlets. As the story progressed, he was eager to incorporate new ideas and chapters, feeling the pace quickening now that Melissa had been introduced. In Ground Gamma, Izuku was doing warm-up stretches, preparing for the next phase of his training. Shota reminded him that he needed to strengthen his body to handle ranged weapons like the ones they used. The past 2 months had focused on building his strength and stamina to effectively use the chains, and now it was time to learn the techniques. Izuku noted that Shota had rhymed, but Shota dismissed the comment and instructed him to get the gauntlets ready. Izuku nodded and touched his wrists together, activating the gauntlets. Melissa had designed them to be activated separately, but this method was more convenient and a bit cooler. Moments later, the gauntlets were ready for action. Shota led Izuku to some test dummies positioned on various pipes and platforms. He explained that the first lesson would be about throwing the chains, emphasizing the importance of not causing harm by hitting them incorrectly. Izuku expressed his eagerness to learn. Meanwhile, outside the apartment complex where Melissa would be living, David expressed concern for his daughter. He worried about her safety, but Melissa reassured him that a pro-hero lived in the same building. She hugged David, thanking him for allowing her to stay there. David smiled down at her, acknowledging that he couldn't let her remain on the island alone. He mentioned that someone needed to maintain Izuku's gauntlets, and he was confident that only they knew how to work with that particular metal. Melissa smirked at her father, feeling proud of their shared knowledge. As David walked toward the car, the driver tipped his hat in greeting. He reminded Melissa to keep up with her studies, to which she rolled her eyes playfully, assuring him that she was up for the challenge. Before getting into the car, David paused to tell Melissa that he loved her. She smiled and hugged him tightly, tears forming in her eyes as she reciprocated his affection. With that, David got into the car, heading to the airport for his flight to I-Island. Back at the training grounds, Shota sighed as another dummy fell victim to Izuku's aim. Despite the boy's decent skill, his grip was causing issues. The chains either crushed the dummies or didn't reach them at all. After nearly a week of practice, progress seemed slow, and Izuku's frustration was growing. He questioned whether the dummies were simply too fragile, but Shota insisted that they were designed to withstand such training. He encouraged Izuku to focus on hooking the chains properly to avoid damaging the dummies. Izuku, feeling overwhelmed, raised his voice in frustration, insisting that he was trying his best. He struggled to control the chains, feeling the weight of his mother's absence in his training. Shota took a step back, surprised by Izuku's outburst. Realizing his mistake, Izuku quickly apologized, feeling shaken by his sudden anger. Shota attempted to calm him, acknowledging that there had been improvements in Izuku's aim, even if it didn't feel like enough. Izuku deactivated the gauntlets, feeling unsettled by his emotions. He decided to find Eri and left Ground Gamma quietly. Nizu observed the training session through the cameras, noting Izuku's unusual outburst. A glitch in the feed briefly interrupted the footage, but it quickly returned to normal. Nizu contemplated how to support Izuku, recognizing that his slow progress was affecting him. He decided to reach out to Yamada for assistance. In the storage unit, Hisashi asked Nizu about their purpose there as Nizu unlocked the door. Inside were boxes and furniture from Izuku's old home, all carefully stored away. Nizu explained that they were searching for anything that could have recorded Izuku's past experiences. Hisashi began to sift through the boxes, discovering a small disc-like device. Nizu examined it and activated it, revealing valuable footage. He instructed Hisashi to bring the entire box, impressed by Inko's foresight. Later, Nizu graded Izuku's semester exam and was pleased with the boy's performance. Despite the challenges, Izuku had managed to keep up with both training and academics. When Nizu noticed Izuku's distant expression, he addressed the issue directly, asking if it was about the gauntlets. Izuku admitted his struggles with controlling them, feeling the weight of his mother's absence in his training. Nizu encouraged him, suggesting that perhaps Inko could still offer guidance in a different way. He reached into his pocket and presented a small disc-like device to Izuku, hoping it would assist him in overcoming his challenges. Though Izuku was reminded to turn it on at home, he picked up the object and noticed the small red button on one side. Sitting on his bed, Izuku stared at the disc in his hand, wondering how it could help him. Eri leaned over his shoulder, curious about the disc. Unsure of what it was, Izuku decided to find out. He walked over to his desk with Eri, placed the disc on top, and pressed the button. As the device began projecting static that slowly focused into video, he pulled Eri into his lap, assuming it must be old. A female voice came from the video, expressing frustration over a technical issue before laughing at her mistake. As the static cleared, green eyes appeared on the screen, eyes that resembled Izuku's. The woman in the hero outfit backed up, putting her long green hair into a ponytail. She introduced herself and explained that she was making these videos to help her friends understand how to use her chains. She thanked David for adding a recording function to her mask. With a bright smile, she reached off camera and caught a set of green gauntlets. Eri looked at Izuku, noticing the tears welling in his eyes. He could barely whisper, recognizing the woman as his mother for the first time. Inko explained how her gauntlets worked, emphasizing that they were not special but that she controlled them with her quirk. She demonstrated by launching the chains at a target, wrapping them around it with precision before pulling it back to her. She acknowledged that while she relied on her quirk, she aimed to be versatile in her fighting style. As she noticed something in her pocket, she briefly checked her phone before deciding to end the recording, promising to share more stories later. As the projection ended, Izuku and Eri sat in silence, processing what they had just seen. Izuku quietly expressed his disbelief, tears streaming down his face, while Eri wrapped her arms around his neck, sensing his sadness and offering comfort. Shota yawned as he approached Ground Gamma, needing to set up the dummies again. During his absence, Mike and Nemuri had taken turns watching over Izuku and Eri, and he hoped they hadn't been too much of a hassle. Nizu greeted him cheerfully, sitting with Melissa Shield, who was focused on her notes. When Shota inquired about their presence, Nizu explained that someone needed to oversee training. Shota raised an eyebrow, questioning why Nizu was there if he was already present. Nizu pointed out a dummy facing away from them, and before Shota could respond, something green flew into view. Chains wrapped around the dummy, securing it without crushing it. Izuku Midoriya landed nearby, using the dummy to break his fall, while Nizu and Melissa applauded from their seats. Sweat dripped from Izuku's forehead as he looked up from his crouched position, smirking and apologizing for not waiting for Shota's return. For the first time in a long while, Shota was speechless, offering only a smile in response. With a sense of determination, Izuku prepared to begin his training. Izuku sat in the restroom, trying to remain still as Melissa applied hair dye to his head. The black dye itched and he couldn't help but complain about it. He questioned why he needed to dye his hair for a werewolf costume, especially since he didn't have a better idea for Halloween. Melissa reminded him that he hadn't come up with a costume himself and pointed out that many people would be dressing as All Might that night. She assured him that the werewolf look was simple and that he would pull it off well, teasing him about his fluffy hair. Izuku pouted, recalling how he had let her touch his hair once, and now she seemed to take every opportunity to do so. He narrowed his eyes at her, suspecting that she might just be using the hair dye as an excuse to play with his hair. Melissa laughed off his accusation, insisting that his hair wasn't the softest thing she had ever felt, but she genuinely wanted to know his secret for keeping it so soft. Their conversation was interrupted by Eri, who stood at the doorway, needing help with her clothes. Izuku told her he would be there shortly, but Melissa insisted he stay put until the dye dried. She assured him she would help Eri and instructed him not to move or touch his hair. As he waited, Izuku tried to distract himself from the itch by fiddling with his bracelets. He reflected on the intense training he had undergone with Aizawa over the past 3 months. He had faced numerous challenges, including races and target practice, and the sparring sessions were particularly tough. Aizawa showed no mercy, but at least he had his mother's recordings to help him improve his skills. Listening to her voice was comforting, easing the pain in his head and replacing it with warmth in his chest. The timer on Melissa's phone went off, signaling that he could move. She returned to the bathroom, complimenting his appearance. Izuku looked at himself in the mirror, feeling odd in the costume. He made his way to his room to grab the torn black shirt he would wear. Just as he was about to leave, a noise from the closet caught his attention. He cautiously opened the door, and suddenly, Eri in her vampire costume jumped out and tackled him to the ground. Eri, with her braided ponytail and fake fangs, struck a classic vampire pose and attempted to scare him. After a moment of surprise, she dropped the act, confused that her plan had failed. Izuku quickly reassured her that he had been frozen in shock from her scare tactic, which made her beam with victory. He helped her sit in his lap and asked if she was ready for trick-or-treating. Eri looked nervous, worried about the crowds and the absence of Mr. Aizawa, who was patrolling that night. She expressed her fears about something bad happening, and Izuku comforted her with a gentle hug, promising they would stick together and only do what she felt comfortable with. He encouraged her to look at him, reminding her of the promise he had made to always be there for her. Eri nodded, recalling that he had never broken that promise. Izuku assured her that he wouldn't break it anytime soon. He lifted her off his lap and placed her on the dresser, asking if she had seen his wolf fangs. Eri spotted them beside her and picked them up, motioning for him to open his mouth. He smiled at her before opening up, allowing Eri to put the fangs in herself. She placed them in crookedly. Eri asked Izuku if Mirio, Tamaki, or Nijire would be joining them. Izuku apologized, explaining that they would be at a costume party at UA. She then inquired about Mr. Mike or Ms. Nemuri, to which Izuku replied that they would be chaperoning the party. Eri wondered if they could go with them. Izuku gave her a small smile before picking her up and heading toward the living room. He explained that the party was for UA students only and that it would be odd for them to attend since they were not old enough for high school, especially her. Eri accepted this with a sigh. As they entered the living room, Aizawa was already there by the door with Melissa. He thanked her for helping them get ready, and she replied that it was her pleasure. Eri then asked Melissa if she would be joining them. Melissa apologized, explaining that she had something to work on and wouldn't be trick-or-treating this year. Izuku confirmed that it would just be the two of them. Melissa then handed Izuku a small white disc-like device, explaining that it was a panic button. If pressed, it would alert nearby heroes for help. Aizawa then drew their attention, giving Izuku permission to fight back using only his gauntlets and telekinesis, emphasizing that he should not use siphon. Izuku shivered at the memory of his first day of training, recalling the pros struggling as he drained their energy. The thought of using such a dangerous power on anything living made him feel uneasy. Aizawa led them all out of the house and toward his car, mentioning that he would drop Melissa off at her apartment before beginning his patrol. He wanted to know their plans, and Izuku explained that they might explore a bit but would mostly stick around the neighborhood. Aizawa wished them to have fun, stay safe, and not cause trouble as he got into his car. Melissa playfully teased Izuku not to cause trouble, to which he rolled his eyes with a small smile. She reminded them to check their candy before eating it, and they saluted her in unison as Aizawa's car drove off into the night. Izuku then asked Eri if she was ready, and she enthusiastically replied that she was. Standing in front of their first house of the night, Eri asked if they just needed to ask for candy. Izuku, unsure, admitted that he wasn't entirely certain how to trick-or-treat, a detail he regretted forgetting. They watched as a group of kids approached and received their candy before following suit. Eri rang the doorbell with a lift from Izuku, and after a moment, a woman answered with a bowl of candy under her arm. Timidly, Eri held up her bag and said, "Trick or treat?" uncertain if she was doing it right. The woman cooed at the shy little girl, calling her the cutest vampire she had seen that night. She grabbed a handful of candy and dropped it into Eri's bag before turning to Izuku, complimenting his werewolf costume. He blushed slightly and thanked her as she smiled and wished them a nice Halloween. As they made their way back to the street, Eri looked inside her bag, her eyes widening at the sight of so much candy. Izuku whistled at the amount she had received, and Eri excitedly grabbed his hand, urging him to hurry to the next house. Despite her enthusiasm, Izuku was moving at a slower pace, prompting her to insist that he quit being slow. He watched in slight amusement as Eri struggled to walk with her bag blocking her view. Eventually, she had to hold it from the bottom due to its weight. When he offered to carry it, she insisted she could manage. However, as she walked forward, she tripped on an elevated crack in the sidewalk and began to fall. Someone nearby quickly caught Eri around the waist, stopping her fall. Eri watched in horror as her bag of candy spilled, nearly half of it disappearing down a storm drain. She reached out helplessly toward her lost treasure. Izuku knelt in front of her, concern etched on his face, and she nodded that she was okay. The person who caught Eri, a blonde girl around Izuku's age wearing a Victorian-style black dress, apologized for reacting so quickly. Izuku waved off her concern, thanking her for catching Eri. The girl bent down to help pick up the scattered candy, while Izuku used his telekinesis to gather the rest and return it to Eri's bag. She poured her handful of candy into Eri's now lighter bag, apologizing for the mishap. Eri sniffled, looking up at Izuku with tears forming in her eyes, lamenting that her candy was gone. Izuku sighed and hugged her, reassuring her that they could get more candy before the night was over. Although it wasn't late, they had already visited most of the houses in the neighborhood, making it seem unlikely they could ask for more. Just then, the girl who had caught Eri spoke up, mentioning that she was on her way to a neighborhood known for giving out tons of candy. Izuku noticed she was holding a large bag herself, though it was mostly empty. Izuku had been planning to head out with a large bag, hoping to fill it to the brim. He noticed the girl beside him, who had a wide, fanged smile, and suggested that they all go together. She mentioned that there were plenty of houses nearby, and they could fill Eri's bag in no time. He hesitated, concerned about taking away from her. She reassured him, recalling how much candy had been left over from the previous year, even leading to daylight trick-or-treating the following morning. With a glance at Eri, who was looking up at him with hopeful eyes, he relented and asked where the neighborhood was. Eri expressed her gratitude by hugging his legs tightly. The girl, filled with enthusiasm, began to skip ahead, urging them to follow. She paused to ask for their names, and Izuku introduced himself and Eri, who waved at the mention of her name. The girl seemed surprised by their simplicity but accepted it nonetheless. When Eri inquired about her name, the girl flashed another fanged smile and introduced herself as Himiko Toga. As they continued, Himiko commented on Izuku's costume, recognizing him as a Victorian-era vampire. He explained that he had some interesting teachers who helped him with his costume knowledge. When she revealed that her fangs were a side effect of her quirk, Izuku shared that his own wolf-like features were merely props, as his quirk was telekinesis. Eri, curious about the fangs, expressed her thoughts, leading Izuku to remove his. Himiko playfully lamented the loss of their potential fang buddies, before urging them to hurry along. As they ran, Izuku carried Eri, who squealed with delight. Impressed by Izuku's ability to keep up while carrying both candy bags and Eri, Himiko welcomed them to what she called Candyland. Eri's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of refilling her bag, while Izuku surveyed the neighborhood, noting that the houses looked nice but not overly extravagant. Himiko explained that the families in the area tended to buy too much candy for Halloween, recalling how she had filled her bag at just 4 houses the previous year. She proudly displayed her large sack, claiming it was equivalent to a dozen regular-sized bags and declaring her intent to fill it completely that night. Izuku was taken aback by the sheer size of her bag and asked how she planned to eat all that candy. Himiko admitted she hadn't thought that far ahead, which made Eri ponder for a moment before brightening up. She approached Himiko and emptied her remaining candy into the older girl's bag, leaving Izuku and Himiko confused. Eri explained her reasoning. If they helped fill the bag, they could also help eat the candy. Izuku realized the plan and confirmed that it could be fun. He produced a spare bag he had brought along and offered it to Himiko, suggesting that their combined efforts would fill it faster. Himiko looked at the bag for a moment before smiling and accepting it. She remarked on how unique they were, receiving a shrug from Izuku and a wide smile from Eri in response. With a shared sense of excitement, they agreed to work together. Eri cheered, and Himiko laughed, comparing their collaboration to an Avengers team-up. When Izuku and Eri asked about the Avengers, Himiko stared at them in disbelief, realizing they were unfamiliar with the concept. "Something's wrong," Nijire said suddenly. "Are you okay, Nijire?" Mirio asked, concern etched on his face. "I feel a disturbance in the force." "Like what?" Tamaki inquired. "Like I'm failing my mission." Nijire gazed out the window of the UA cafeteria, sadness clouding her expression. "Well, what do you plan to do?" Mirio asked, taking a bite of cake. Nijire turned to him, her expression shifting to one of determination. "Assemble the Avengers." Tamaki took a slow sip of his drink before replying, "I'll look for the movies when I get home." "Thank you, Tamaki," Nijire said, her face lighting up with a happy smile. "Okay, well, putting your obvious lack of a childhood aside, let's get started." Himiko quickly moved on, walking down the street with Izuku and Eri following her. "So, I'm going to be honest with you guys, I didn't expect you to stick around once we got here," she told them. "So you were going to trick-or-treat alone?" Eri asked. I'm used to it," Himiko shrugged. "Come on, let me show you how much candy they give." She dashed up to the first house and rang the doorbell, with Izuku and Eri trailing behind her. A man answered the door. "Trick or treat," all three exclaimed. "Quite the cast of characters here," he remarked, taking an empty bowl in his hand and scooping candy from a cauldron beside him. When he brought it out, it was completely full. He poured the entire bowl into Eri's bag first, causing her to nearly drop it from the sudden weight. He repeated this process for Izuku and Himiko. "Happy Halloween," he said as he began to close the door. "Happy Halloween." Himiko was the only one to respond, as Izuku and Eri stared at their bags in shock. The blonde girl noticed their expressions and laughed. "I told you it was a lot of candy." I thought you were exaggerating, Izuku said, snapping out of his shock first. Well, I wasn't. Come on. Let's put this in the sack and move on. Himiko tugged on Izuku's arm as she continued down the street. So much candy, Eri said in a daze, peering into her nearly filled bag of treats. A small line of drool escaped from her mouth. Just a few more houses, Himiko said, lifting the handle of the wagon that carried their heavy bag. We were lucky that girl was able to make a wagon for us. Her quirk was so cool. She said she can make anything. Imagine the possibilities. Izuku exclaimed, his excitement palpable. You really like quirks, don't you? Himiko asked as she pulled the wagon, which carried their sack of candy and Eri. Well, yeah. All quirks can have so many uses, even if they're not for hero work. Like a quirk that lets you go through anything, even light and air. The drawbacks are there, and it may be seen as useless, but with hard work, you can make it strong. Himiko looked down, contemplating her next words. What about evil quirks? She asked hesitantly. Evil? What do you mean by that? Villainous quirks. Quirks that make other people see their worst fears, control others, or require you to drink blood to work. Himiko winced internally, having inadvertently described a part of her own quirk. Stuff like that. She waited patiently for his response as they continued walking. It's stupid. Huh. It's stupid, Izuku repeated. I mean, how can a quirk be evil unless it was sentient? A quirk is only what you make of it. It's a tool. A weak quirk can be strong, and an evil quirk can be good. Mind control? That could work great at stopping fights quickly. Hallucinations? Perfect for throwing opponents off. Blood quirks? They might vary in terms of what they can do, but I'm sure there are a lot of good uses for them. The only thing making them villainous is others' fear of what they can do. Izuku then looked thoughtful for a moment. Though, I suppose I am thinking of heroic uses. I guess it's just the first thing I think about. Why'd you ask anyway? He glanced at Himiko, who was staring at him with wide eyes. She blinked, then flashed him a fanged smile. No reason, just curious. Anyway, house. She pointed to their next stop. So am I waiting with the wagon this time, or you? She asked. I'll wait. Go ahead and take Eri. Izuku lifted the little girl out of the wagon before sitting on the edge of it, checking the time on his phone. Alright, come on, Eri. Himiko led the little girl to the door and gave her a small lift so she could ring the doorbell. Eri hopped excitedly in place. Tonight had been so much fun for her. Himiko was funny, and they had collected so much candy. Too bad it was almost over. The door opened, and Eri smiled brightly while holding out her bag. Treat. She froze as she saw the masked man in the doorway. The man was dressed like them. No, Eri said softly, her bag falling from her hands. Eri? What's wrong? Himiko asked, concern creeping into her voice. No. Eri began backing away. Are you okay? The man asked, but she didn't hear him. All she could hear were his words. Cursed child. He's dead because of you. That curse of yours will kill everyone you care about one day. Eri! No! Eri screamed as she ran away. Aizu! Help me! Izuku was there in an instant. Eri, what's wrong? What happened? They're back. They're back. They're going to take us, she frantically yelled, pulling on his arm, urging him to move. We need to run. Eri, calm down. He looked toward Himiko. Toga, what? He cut himself off as he saw the man in the doorway. The man was wearing a plague mask. Memories flooded Izuku's mind in that moment. Strapped to the table as that monster drew his blood greedily. Eri coming to him with new bandages, looking broken. Having to hold her for hours as she cried herself to sleep in his arms. It took everything Izuku had not to lash out at the man in front of him, hatred flooding his veins. His quirk reacted, but he barely managed to direct it to the streetlights around them, causing them to flicker out. He held Eri protectively as she sobbed. Oh, I'm so sorry, the man said, removing his mask. I wouldn't have thought the mask would scare anyone that badly. He then grabbed a big bowl of candy beside him and handed it to Himiko, who was watching the scene with confusion and worry. Here, just take it all. It's the least I could do for scaring her so badly. Oh, thank you, Himiko said as she accepted the candy into her bag. Happy Halloween, she said to the man as she picked up Eri's bag. To you as well, he replied before closing the door, casting one last worried glance at the little girl. He flinched at the intense look of anger in the boy's eyes, realizing that if looks could kill, he would be in serious trouble. As Himiko approached them, she felt a slight pressure in the air. Eri continued to cry while Izuku glared at the spot where the man had stood. Noticing that the streetlights had gone out, she chose to set that aside for the moment. She gently tapped Izuku's shoulder, causing him to jump slightly. What? He asked, confusion evident as he snapped out of his thoughts. His glare softened when he saw the concern on Himiko's face, and the pressure around them dissipated. Is Eri okay? Are you okay? She just freaked out, and you looked like you were about to confront someone, she said. Yeah, we're fine, just bad memories, Izuku replied vaguely, stroking Eri's hair. Oh, okay. Himiko's concern didn't fade. Do you want to go back? We can stop now, the bag is basically full. We don't need to keep going. Izuku nodded slightly. Let's head back. Himiko gently took his arm, guiding him back to their wagon. He picked up Eri and held her in his arms as they silently retraced their steps, the only sound being Eri's soft sniffles. After a while, Izuku broke the silence with a quiet apology. Huh. Himiko looked over to see that Eri had fallen asleep in his arms. What are you sorry for? For what happened back there? He said, glancing at her. Eri and we have a strong dislike for plague doctors and their masks. His expression hardened with anger as he looked ahead. We've had bad experiences with them. The streetlights glinted off his sharp teeth. It's fine. I understand. Bad memories can make us react in unexpected ways, Himiko said softly, but something about Izuku caught her attention. Hey, Izuku? I don't want to change the subject, but can I ask you something? Yeah, he replied, looking at her again. Didn't you take your fangs out? I did. Why? When did you put them back in? She raised an eyebrow in confusion. They didn't. Izuku reached into his pocket and pulled out his clearly fake wolf fangs. Then how? She trailed off, pointing at his mouth. Izuku placed the fangs back in his pocket, then took out his phone and turned on the camera. He snapped a photo of himself showing his teeth, and his eyes widened in surprise. There were indeed sharp fangs in his mouth. What on earth? Fortunately, Eri remained unaware of his exclamation. Izuku gently placed Eri down onto the bed and tucked her in. When she didn't release her grip on his arm, he reached for her dragon plush and handed it to her. She held it tightly and he carefully removed her fake fangs to ensure her comfort while she slept. With Eri fast asleep, Izuku let out a sigh as he left the room. Tonight had started off so well. Someone just had to wear a plague mask. He understood that the man couldn't have known about Eri's trauma, but seeing her so distressed ignited a familiar anger within him. Thankfully, he had managed to calm down on the way home. Now, there was just one thing left to do before he could prepare for bed. He needed to talk to the blonde girl waiting outside. If Himiko were honest with herself, she wasn't sure why she insisted on staying. She could have left Izuku to put Eri to bed and returned home to enjoy her candy. He had even told her she didn't have to stay. Yet, for some reason, she remained, sitting on the wagon and waiting for the green-eyed boy to come back. When the door opened, she turned to see Izuku approaching. He silently sat beside her on the wagon, the sack of candy resting on the ground in front of them. He sighed, resting his arm on his knees and staring off into the distance. Having had enough of the silence, Himiko reached into the bag and pulled out a small chocolate bar, offering it to Izuku. He glanced at it for a moment before accepting it with a nod of thanks. She then took out a small bag of gushers, opening it and popping one into her mouth to occupy herself. The silence lingered as they ate their candy, neither knowing what to say, until Himiko decided to break the ice. Okay, I can't tell if this is awkward or what, but one of us needs to talk. Izuku let out a small huff of amusement at her statement. Sorry, I'm still trying to process tonight. We were having a good time, and then a guy's costume accidentally made Eri cry, and now I have fangs. Yeah, that pretty much sums up tonight, Himiko agreed, turning her gaze from the cloudy sky back to Izuku. Are you sure you never had fangs before? Or anything similar? I would have noticed earlier when getting ready. It would be hard not to notice fangs in your own mouth while putting in fake ones. They must have grown at some point tonight. He poked at his fangs with his index finger, realizing just how sharp they were compared to his normal teeth. He had to be careful not to poke himself. Well, honestly, it's not that bad having fangs. Himiko shivered at the memory of a past experience and Izuku smirked, teasing her about it. He was trying to understand the sudden appearance of his fangs, taking a bite of his chocolate bar and tossing the wrapper aside. Himiko noticed the implication in his words and asked if he wanted to elaborate. After a moment of contemplation, Izuku sighed and revealed that he had amnesia, not remembering anything from his life before taking care of Eri. The vagueness of his answer made Himiko curious, but she respected his boundaries. Himiko attempted to lighten the mood with a joke about his lack of childhood, suggesting he needed to catch up on movies like The Avengers. Izuku chuckled, mentioning a friend who was trying to revive his childhood through Star Wars movies and video games. Himiko then suggested they exchange phone numbers so she could share what he missed growing up. Izuku hesitated but eventually handed her his phone, agreeing to the idea. After saving each other's contact information, Himiko playfully pointed out her name in his phone, claiming it was Black Widow. They both laughed at the playful banter, and Izuku noted it was getting late, suggesting they both head home. Himiko stood up, smoothing her dress, and proposed they deal with the candy the next day. Izuku used his quirk to lift the sack of candy, and they exchanged friendly farewells, promising to save some treats for each other. Meanwhile, Namuri and Hisashi were finishing up cleaning after a party. Hisashi reminisced about the impressive dance moves of some kids, and Ectoplasm approached them, informing them that Nizu wanted to see them. Curious about Nizu's unusual frustration, they hurried to his office. Upon arrival, they found Nizu without his usual smile, and he asked them to sit. Nizu explained that he had found a box of hollow discs left by Inko and had been giving some to Izuku. Along with the discs, he presented a note that read, "Reminder to get the equipment back from the Tsundere." Confused, Namuri expressed her lack of understanding, while Nizu shared his own confusion about the situation, noting that it left him with more questions than answers. Mike repeated the term, Tsundere, to himself, glancing at Namuri as they tried to piece together the mystery. Do you know who she was talking about? No clue. Maybe Shota, but I have a feeling it's not him, Namuri thought, shaking her head. But what is the equipment she was talking about? Her headgear, Nizu said, deep in thought. Inko was known for always having her headgear and gauntlets with her, ready for action. When she passed away, she had the gauntlets, but her headgear was missing. It wasn't in her home or in storage. High Specs was working harder than ever as he reviewed the recordings. I've seen every recording in this box, and it's clear she used her mask to record them all. But in all those recordings, she only mentioned Izuku once. Nizu looked up. In the last one, Nizu reached into the box and pulled out a disc, placing it on his desk before turning it on. Inko appeared on the screen, and it was evident that Nizu had started the recording at a specific point. As for Izuku, well, he's gotten better. I'm so happy and proud of him for that. I was worried he'd never be able to adjust. His smile is so bright, I can't imagine not being able to see it. Inko took a deep breath before continuing. Anyway, I have to go pick him up from school. I'm going to drop off the helmet and the other set of hollow discs for Miss Grouchy Pants to look over. Probably shouldn't be mentioning her. I did that in one recording and she smashed it. She laughed as she recounted the memory. Alright, better go pick up my cinnamon bun. She reached forward to what was likely the helmet, and the recording ended. A small sniff was heard, and Nizu and Hisashi turned to see Namuri, tears trailing down her cheeks. Sorry, She choked on her words as Mike placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. She mentioned more tapes? The voice hero pointed out. But this was the only box, and the contents of the other tapes didn't seem very noteworthy. That leads me to believe that this other set contains information she wouldn't just leave lying around for anyone to see. Information of great importance, perhaps, Nizu deduced. This leads me to... Speculate that whoever holds this other set must have answers. At least I would hope. By now, Nemuri had calmed down and was thinking as well. Miss Grouchy Pants? I've never heard Inko mention someone like that before. Me neither, Mike chimed in. Maybe someone she worked with? That's my best guess. For the past few months, I've been trying to figure that out. I've even dug up old case files that she was a part of. So far, I still have nothing, Nizu said, rubbing his head with a small sigh. Figuring this out could be the key to understanding what's going on with the situation surrounding Izuku. We already know as much as we need about Eri. She erased her father, and her mother abandoned her to the villains who abused them. We are no closer to figuring out Izuku. Inko Midoriya sure knew how to keep a secret. Nizu looked at his staff members with seriousness. We need that other set of tapes. And to get those, we need to figure out who has them. A task easier said than done. Himiko skipped up the steps to her home, feeling happy and satisfied with how the night went. Sure, there was a hiccup at the end, but she liked to think it balanced out with her making a new friend. One who might actually not run away when she told him about her quirk. She wasn't about to take chances, though. She would make sure he got to know her for who she was before revealing anything. Quietly, she unlocked the front door and stepped into the two-story building, making her way to the stairs at the other end of the large room. She took extra care not to step on the creaky floorboards, knowing which ones they were by now. You're back late, a voice near the fireplace said, making Himiko jump in surprise. Sorry, ma'am, she replied, turning to the woman seated in a chair with her back facing Himiko. I got sidetracked. With what exactly? The woman asked, turning a page in her book. Helping a friend, Himiko replied honestly. A friend? The woman looked up at the fireplace in front of her. I thought you didn't have friends outside of this place. Himiko smiled as she remembered her Fong buddy. Well, that changed tonight. The woman remained silent for a few moments before humming and returning to her book. That's good to hear. I assume the large sack you took to collect candy is with them? I plan to meet with him tomorrow and split it properly then. Himiko could almost hear the small smile in her voice, even though she wouldn't be able to see it if the woman was facing her. Well, you'd have to bring him over sometime. You think that would make me blush, Himiko began. But joke's on you, because I'm always blushing. Yes, that permanent pink dusting on your cheeks is an eyesore, the woman replied, dripping with sarcasm. Himiko silently stuck her tongue out at her. I saw that. Himiko immediately put her tongue back in her mouth. Hey, seriously, how? She asked in disbelief. Young lady, when you're me and you've been through the things I've been through, situational awareness isn't a skill that would be lacking. Himiko sighed at that answer. Whatever you say. I'm going to get ready for bed. She continued making her way over to the stairs. Just do that. You wake up early tomorrow, the woman said, turning another page. Oh, and don't forget. Himiko stopped just before the stairs and turned around. From the kitchen, a bag of blood flew at her, which she caught with practiced ease. Thanks. Of course, the woman said, getting up from her chair to face the blonde girl. I know how you get if you don't have Annie before bed. Now fully standing and facing her, the fire reflected off the black smooth mask she wore to cover her face. With a cloak and hood covering her, all that was visible were the woman's eyes. And that's not a toga I want to deal with in the morning. Right? Sorry about that, Himiko said sheepishly before going up the stairs. Good night, Madam Spectre. Good night, Toga, Spectre returned, before turning to the fireplace. Her green eyes reflected the burning embers. With a swipe of her hand, the fire went out, casting the room into darkness. Shoyuta returned home late the previous night and went straight to bed. The patrol had been uneventful with only a few minor incidents, but nothing he couldn't handle. Izuku had sent him a message upon their return, which was confirmed by the large bag of candy sitting in the living room when he walked through the front door. When he woke up, he headed to the kitchen to pour himself a cup of coffee. He didn't expect either of the children to be awake yet. When he checked on them, Eri was still asleep in her costume, and Izuku clearly hadn't had the energy to shower since his hair was still dyed black, indicating it hadn't been washed. They should remain asleep for a little while longer. Izuku shuffled into the kitchen, mumbling a greeting. Shoyuta responded, noting how early it was and how tired Izuku looked. He asked why Izuku hadn't slept longer. Izuku simply replied that he couldn't, his eyes fixed on the cup of coffee in Shuta's hand. He reached out, making a grabbing motion, asking for a sip. Shoyuta felt the cup being gently pulled from his hand and tightened his grip slightly. He warned Izuku that if he drank it, he would be overwhelmed by the caffeine. Izuku protested, pointing out that Shoyuta was alive. Shoyuta explained that it was because he was himself. Izuku continued to whine for a sip, trying to reach for the cup with little effort due to his sleepy state. Shoyuta held him back with one hand, and Izuku continued to complain. That was when Shoyuta noticed something unusual. He asked Izuku if he had slept with his fangs. Izuku, initially confused, soon realized that he now had real fangs that had grown overnight. He pouted and made another grab for the coffee, demanding a sip. Shoyuta groaned, already feeling a headache coming on. He instructed Izuku to take a shower and get ready because they were going to UA. Izuku protested, claiming he had showered the night before, but Shoyuta pointed out that his hair was still black. Izuku froze, fully awake now, and asked for clarification. Shoyuta pulled out his phone and showed Izuku his reflection. The boy's eyes widened in shock and realization, followed by a loud call from Melissa. Meanwhile, Himiko finally managed to silence her alarm. Her messy blonde hair glowed in the sunlight streaming through her window. She groaned and buried her head in her pillow for a few more minutes of rest until she remembered it was Saturday and her turn to make breakfast. She quickly scrambled out of bed and threw on the clothes she had prepared the night before. Having lived with Madame Spectre long enough, she knew to have everything ready ahead of time to avoid upsetting the woman, who preferred to rise early. As she made her way down the stairs, the smell of food wafted through the air. In the kitchen, she spotted a girl around her age cooking at the stove. The girl had tan skin and wavy black hair with thin white streaks, and she sported black fox ears and a tail tipped with white. The girl's ears perked up at the sound of Himiko's descent, and she turned to greet her with sharp, orange eyes. She quickly moved in front of Himiko, grabbing her hand and asking what had taken her so long. In an instant, they were back at the stove. Himiko shook her head, disoriented from the sudden movement. She asked Heya to stop doing that and began helping her finish breakfast. Heya replied that she wouldn't have to if Himiko had woken up sooner, reminding her of how Madame Spectre reacted to delays. Himiko apologized, explaining she had returned late the previous night and promised to make it up to Heya later. As they continued to work, Heya prepared Spectre's morning tea, a brew that remained a mystery to both girls. They knew only that Spectre enjoyed it, wouldn't reveal the brand, and had forbidden them from drinking it. Just as they finished, Heya's senses heightened, and Himiko prepared Spectre's plate. Suddenly, a voice from the stairs cleared its throat, causing both girls to freeze. At the base of the stairs stood an older girl with dark red hair styled in a braid, her silver eyes fixed on them. Though her expression was neutral, Heya and Himiko felt a shiver run down their spines. She inquired if Madame Spectre's food was ready. The girls nodded silently. Satisfied, she collected the plate and retreated back up the stairs, leaving Heya's ears twitching as she listened for the sound of a door closing. When she hears it, she lets out a breath she had been holding, and so does Himiko. Heya, busy preparing her breakfast, observes Eileen's unusual behavior and whispers, wondering why Eileen hasn't greeted anyone. Himiko, tossing some bread into the toaster, responds that Eileen has always been strange. Heya expresses her discomfort, saying that Eileen makes her fur stand on end whenever she is around. As she butters her bread, she excitedly asks Himiko to add jelly to hers. Recovery Girl examines Izuku's mouth while he sits in one of the beds in her clinic. She informs him that she is going to take a closer look, pulling at his lips to inspect his fangs. Izuku recalls that the change happened during trick-or-treating when someone pointed out his fangs after he removed the fake ones. Recovery Girl hums thoughtfully, asking if he feels any different aside from the fangs. Izuku, looking frightened, wonders if this is the PBRTY talk he has heard about. Recovery Girl laughs, reassuring him that it is not. She explains that changes like this could indicate his body adapting to something, likely related to his quirk. Since they still have much to learn about his quirk, she suggests that his fangs might signify a new aspect of it. She instructs him to open his mouth wide again for a closer look. As he does, she expresses surprise at what she sees. Izuku attempts to ask her what she means, but only manages to make random sounds. Recovery Girl tells him to hold still while she retrieves a beaker from a nearby cart. She places it under his fong for a moment before pulling it away, allowing him to close his mouth carefully. Izuku massages his jaw and examines the contents of the beaker, which contains a strange liquid that does not look like saliva. He asks what it is, and Recovery Girl guesses that it might be venom. Panic sets in for Izuku as he realizes he has venom in his mouth. Recovery Girl calms him, explaining that it might not be poisonous and that he could be immune to it since his body produces it naturally. She advises him not to bite anyone until they know more and heads off to inform Aizawa, telling him to stay put. Izuku lies back down, feeling childish anger over Melissa using the wrong hair dye, turning his hair black. He decides to give her the silent treatment. Shoyuta spots Nizu coming down the hall and greets him, apologizing for being busy. Nizu inquires about the situation, and Shoyuta bluntly informs him that Izuku has fangs. Nizu, surprised, asks for clarification, and Shoyuta repeats that Izuku has fangs, questioning why this has happened. Nizu sighs, rubbing his face in frustration over the ongoing mysteries surrounding Izuku. Just then, Recovery Girl emerges from the clinic and reassures them that Izuku will be fine. She explains that his fangs are not merely for show. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a different liquid coating his fangs, which could be venom or something else. Until she can determine its safety, Izuku should avoid biting anyone and not share food or drinks. She promises to analyze the substance and report back. Shoyuta points out that Izuku is not prone to biting, but Recovery Girl warns that he might develop an instinct to bite due to the fangs. She advises them to monitor any behavioral changes, though they may not see any at all. Shoyuta sighs, acknowledging that it could have been worse, and instructs her to finish up so they can return. He mentions leaving Eri with Namuri to avoid waking her up too early after a long night. Recovery Girl assures them it will only take a few more minutes before returning to her work. Shoyuta slumps into a chair, feeling the weight of the ongoing challenges with Izuku. Nizu pulls out a hollow disc, indicating he has something important to share about Izuku. Shoyuta sits up, giving Nizu his full attention. Eri slowly awakens from her dreamless sleep, reaching out for Izuku but finding him absent from the bed. She rubs her eyes and notices she is still in her vampire costume, minus the cloak and fangs. Panic begins to rise within her as she recalls the man from the previous night. She worries that they might have taken Izuku and that she is only here because Himiko brought her home. Her anxiety intensifies with each thought, and she feels her quirk stirring within her. Desperate to calm herself, she reaches up to grasp her horn, hoping to suppress the rising fear. Eri knew her worries were unfounded. Clutching her dragon plushie tightly to her chest, she reassured herself that Mr. Aizawa would know what to do. She quickly slipped out of bed, still holding the plushie, and hurried across the hall to her guardian's room. Upon entering, she called out for him. But Mr. Aizawa was nowhere to be found. Panic began to rise within her as she dashed to the living room, her voice trembling as she searched for him. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she checked the kitchen, hoping to find him there, but he was absent. Feeling lost and on the verge of a panic attack, Eri stood in the middle of the living room, her breath quickening and her horns starting to spark. She held onto the dragon plushie, hoping someone would come to help her. Just then, a voice from the hallway caught her attention. Eri spun around quickly, her long hair brushing against her face. When her hair settled, she saw Namuri standing there in her cozy pajamas, concern etched across her features. Namuri knelt down and opened her arms, inviting Eri in. Without hesitation, Eri rushed into her embrace, seeking comfort. She cried into Namuri's chest, expressing her fears about not being able to find Mr. Aizawa or Aizu, feeling as if they had disappeared. Namuri gently reassured her, explaining that they were at UA for an emergency checkup and had not left her behind intentionally. She comforted Eri, rubbing her back and encouraging her to take deep breaths. Gradually, Eri calmed down, her breathing returning to normal as she focused on controlling her quirk. She still clutched the dragon plushie tightly, occasionally hiccuping from her earlier tears. Nemuri pointed to a large sack of candy in front of the couch, suggesting they look through it together. Eri hesitated for a moment before nodding. Nemuri lifted her and placed her down next to the bag, opening it to reveal a treasure trove of sweets. Eri's eyes widened as she picked up a wrapped candy. When she recognized the flavor, she exclaimed in delight, realizing it was apple-flavored. Nemuri inspected the wrapper and confirmed its flavor, prompting Eri to marvel at the assortment of apple candies in the bag, all meant for her. Caught up in her excitement, Eri froze for a moment, exchanging a look with Nemuri that conveyed mischief. Then, without warning, she dove into the giant bag of candy, exclaiming her joy. In another scene, the darkness enveloped Himiko, forcing her to rely on her other senses. She felt a rush of air and instinctively dodged forward, narrowly avoiding an unseen attack. The sounds around her hinted at movement, like predators stalking their prey. As she waited in silence, she felt something wrap around her ankle, pulling her off her feet. The cold material shocked her as she hit the ground. Desperate to free herself, she struggled against the grip. Suddenly, she was lifted into the air by her leg, hanging upside down. The lights flickered back on, and Himiko squinted against the brightness, her vision slowly clearing to reveal Madame Spectre before her. The woman's piercing gaze assessed her. Spectre commented on Himiko's performance, noting that she had only lasted a short time. Himiko, still disoriented, questioned how she was supposed to dodge when she couldn't see. Spectre, moving toward the door, reminded her that she too had been fighting in the dark, relying on the sound of Himiko's breathing to track her movements. You need to control it or it gives you away. As they approached the door, a noise from above caught Himiko's attention. She looked up to see several chains of varying lengths hanging from the pipes in the dim ceiling. The lights on the walls and floor only illuminated a small area, leaving the ends of the chains swinging in the air. Himiko's curiosity got the better of her as she asked why Spectre chose chains as a weapon instead of something else. Spectre hummed thoughtfully while opening the door that led to a hallway lined with multiple doors and a staircase at the end. She began to ascend the stairs, explaining that chains were a weapon she was familiar with, a choice that complemented her quirk. She reassured Himiko that weapon training was not her focus for now. Instead, she needed to concentrate on disappearing. Himiko whispered her confusion as they climbed the staircase and entered a small, mostly empty room with a few boxes of junk. Spectre instructed Himiko to shower, telling her she was done for the morning and had the day to herself until further notice. Himiko complied, leaving the small room to head downstairs for a shower. Spectre sighed and took a seat in a nearby folding chair, using her quirk to unfold it. Just then, Eileen entered the room, noticing that Spectre had chosen to rest here instead of near the fireplace as usual. Concerned, Eileen approached, ready to offer assistance. Spectre raised a hand to stop her. She assured Eileen that she was fine, playfully acknowledging her age with a chuckle. Eileen asked if she needed anything, but Spectre replied that there was nothing Eileen could provide, thanking her for her concern. As she stood up, using her cane for support, she expressed frustration about not being able to get up properly. Eileen insisted on helping, but Spectre reassured her again. They returned to the main room, and as Spectre walked normally again, she suddenly stopped in the middle of the floor, gasping sharply. After a moment of silence, she stated in an emotionless tone that she needed to go to her room. Eileen stiffened and stepped back, promising to ensure neither of the girls disturbed her. Without another word, Spectre ascended the staircase, her eyes faintly glowing green. She paused once more, reiterating that Toga and Mizuki had the day to themselves before disappearing into her room and locking the door. Meanwhile, Izuku stepped out of the car, worried about Eri. He hoped she hadn't panicked in their absence. Shoyuta reassured him that Nemuri could handle Eri, as she often did while he trained. Although Nizu's words lingered in his mind, he pushed them aside for the moment. As Shoyuta unlocked the door and opened it for Izuku, the boy halted in shock at the sight before him. The living room was in utter chaos, bananas scattered everywhere as if someone had unleashed a banana cannon. A groan from the couch drew their attention to Nemuri, who was covered in banana remnants. She expressed relief at their return, prompting Shoyuta to ask what had happened. Nemuri pointed to a giant sack of candy, from which a little horn protruded. The owner of the horn poked her head out, revealing wide red eyes that seemed to vibrate with excitement. Eri appeared in front of Izuku in an instant, her energy palpable as she rambled about the apple-flavored candy she had discovered. She excitedly compared the flavors to Jolly Ranchers and Cherry Starbursts, declaring her newfound love for candy, especially apples. Izuku stood in shock for a moment before Shoyuta called for Eri's attention, asking how much candy she had consumed. Eri looked down at her hands, counting silently before responding affirmatively. Shoyuta face-bombed, realizing Eri was on a sugar high. Izuku finally processed the chaos and asked about the bananas. Nemuri explained that Eri had become upset when she tried to limit her candy intake, leading to a playful war with bananas as her weapons. Izuku struggled to contain his laughter, and when he heard that Eri had been using her quirk to reload the bananas, he couldn't hold it in any longer. The image of Eri launching bananas at Nemuri was too amusing. Shoyuta, observing the mess, commented on Eri's victory in the banana battle. Nemuri emphasized the absurdity of the situation, highlighting that Eri had weaponized bananas. Just then, a thump drew their attention to Eri, who had collapsed face down on the carpet, unconscious from her sugar rush. Shoyuta remarked on the inevitable crash, while Izuku continued to laugh at the chaotic scene. Himiko stretched her arms above her head, working out the soreness from that morning's training. Spectre really didn't take it easy on them. She could only imagine what Eileen had done to Heya. Himiko glanced at the black cat with white-tipped ears and tail perched on her right shoulder. She explained that the cat's name was Izuku. Heya, the cat, raised a feline eyebrow. She questioned why Himiko was going to some random person's house, to which Himiko replied that the person's name was Izuku, though he hadn't provided a last name. Heya found it strange that Himiko didn't find that odd, reminding her of when they first met, and she hadn't given her a last name either. Himiko countered that Izuku didn't seem like a bad person, and if he were, she wouldn't be willing to hang out with him. Heya conceded that Himiko had always been a decent judge of character. However, she then shifted the topic to the bag slung over Himiko's shoulder, which contained the first two Iron Man movies and Thor. Heya wanted to know what was up with that. Himiko claimed it was for educational purposes, prompting Heya to roll her eyes. She added that she didn't have to come along, but she couldn't bear to stay behind when Spectre was in one of her moods and Eileen was in charge. Heya admitted, albeit shyly, that Himiko was more fun to be around. Himiko reached over and started scratching Heya's head, causing the cat to protest, but a purr escaped her throat, betraying her enjoyment. Meanwhile, Izuku was still giggling. He couldn't be mad at Eri for making a mess that he had to help Aizawa and Nemuri clean up. The whole situation struck him as hilariously absurd, especially considering Eri had used literal banana guns. As he glanced at the unconscious girl on the couch, he thought about how important it was to give her apples when she asked for them. Nemuri, who was cleaning up in the corner, asked how Eri knew close quarters combat. Aizawa, searching for a place to hide the bananas, hummed in response. Izuku speculated that Eri probably learned from watching him and the others play games. Nemuri chuckled, calling Eri a monster and suggesting that it made sense why he packed so many apples in her snack box. Before they could continue, a knock on the door caught everyone's attention. Aizawa, not currently occupied with cleaning, approached the door and opened it cautiously, hand poised on his capture weapon. He paused before asking if he could help. From outside, a familiar voice responded, asking for Izuku. It was Himiko. Izuku stopped cleaning and looked towards the door, surprised. Aizawa inquired who she was, and Izuku quickly interjected, confirming that he knew her from their recent Halloween outing with Eri. He stepped around Aizawa to greet Himiko, who stood outside with a black cat resting on her shoulder. Himiko waved, causing the cat to shift slightly. Izuku returned the greeting and noted that Aizawa had resumed his search for a hiding place for Eri's weapons. Himiko explained that she had come to split the candy, but Izuku sheepishly mentioned that she had arrived at a strange time. Concerned, Himiko asked if something was happening. Izuku assured her that it wasn't an issue anymore and invited her inside to see for herself. Upon entering, Himiko stopped in her tracks, her eyes scanning the chaotic living room. She began to express her surprise, and the cat on her shoulder finished her sentence with an exclamation of disbelief. Izuku's eyes widened in wonder as he realized the cat had just spoken. He quickly grabbed a notebook, eager to document this extraordinary event. Himiko and her cat snapped out of their daze, looking at Izuku in surprise. After processing his words, Himiko started to snicker, while the cat glared at him. The cat insisted that she was nobody's pet, then leaped off Himiko's shoulder. As she landed, misty black shadows enveloped her, transforming her into a more humanoid form. The shadows receded to reveal a girl with tan skin, black wavy hair with white strands, and the same orange eyes as the cat. Izuku noticed her cat ears and tail, which were also orange with white tips. Just then, the shadows shifted again, and her cat features transformed into wolf ones. Heya began to growl, revealing a set of sharp teeth. She expressed her frustration at being called a pet, but Himiko quickly intervened, trying to calm her down. She explained that Izuku had mistakenly thought Heya was just a cat. Instead of feeling intimidated, Izuku's eyes widened in excitement. Off to the side, Nemuri observed Izuku's reaction with a fond expression, anticipating what would come next. Izuku was thrilled at the prospect of Heia's ability to shapeshift. He eagerly scribbled in his notebook, bombarding her with questions about her powers. He wanted to know if she could transform into any animal, if there were specific criteria for her transformations, and whether she could take on the forms of people. He was curious about whether she would gain their quirks and how the transformations worked on a cellular level. His thoughts raced, but he was abruptly interrupted by Aizawa, who had found a place to hide the bananas. He warned Izuku that he was overwhelming the girls. Confused, Izuku turned back to Heya and Himiko, who were staring at him in disbelief. Heya struggled to find a response, while Izuku muttered to himself about his tendency to get carried away. This seemed to snap them out of their daze, and they both exclaimed in unison, questioning his enthusiasm. Izuku quickly suggested that they didn't need to dwell on it, closing his notebook with a snap and putting it away. He apologized, explaining that he just got really excited about quirks. Heya, with a touch of sarcasm, remarked that it was obvious. She sighed and suggested that maybe he should ask a girl her name before dissecting her quirk next time. Izuku, feeling a bit embarrassed, asked for her name. She introduced herself as Heya Mizuki and mentioned that he must be the Fong buddy that Himiko had talked about. Himiko defended herself, claiming she had only mentioned him once. Izuku introduced himself, but Nemuri reminded him to provide his full name. He complied, apologizing for the oversight. Himiko then questioned why he hadn't shared his last name the previous night when she had asked. Izuku felt uncomfortable answering, realizing he didn't have a clear reason for withholding it. Perhaps it was because Eri didn't have a last name, and she had asked for both of theirs. Heya, sensing his discomfort, redirected the conversation back to the mess in the room, gesturing around. Izuku couldn't help but stifle a laugh as he explained that Eri had discovered apple-flavored candy and had started a playful banana war after being told she couldn't eat them. Aizawa, now helping to clean up, grumbled about the chaos caused by the children. Himiko, incredulous, pointed out that sweet little Eri had created such a mess. Nemuri clarified that it had been even worse before they arrived, recounting how Eri had devoured anything with apple on the wrapper after showering her with bananas. Himiko panicked at the thought of Eri touching the gushers, but Izuku reminded her that he couldn't speak for Eri. Meanwhile, Heya was puzzled about why they had so many bananas. Izuku explained that Eri's quirk had essentially given her unlimited access to them, and she had only used 2 in a playful manner. Himiko found it amusing, and Heya smiled at the funny image. Aizawa called for Izuku to help with the cleaning, prompting him to apologize and move to assist. Himiko followed suit, and Heya decided to join in as well. Eri slowly awoke to the sound of voices. She recognized Izuku's voice discussing shape-shifting and the characteristics that came with it. Curious, she rubbed the sleep from her eyes and asked what was happening. Izuku, crouched in front of her, greeted her with a comforting smile and inquired about how she was feeling. Eri, still groggy, mentioned that her head hurt. Izuku explained that it was a common consequence of eating too much candy, gently rubbing her head to ease her discomfort. Himiko greeted Eri, who noticed another girl with fluffy ears and a tail standing nearby. The girl introduced herself as Heya Mizuki and playfully called Eri a little monster for the mess they had just cleaned. Eri looked down, feeling a bit dejected, but Izuku reassured her that she wasn't in trouble, though she wouldn't be allowed any more candy for the day. Eri accepted this with a pout. Himiko, eager to change the subject, pulled out a movie and suggested they sort through the candy while watching Iron Man, checking with Aizawa first. He lazily waved his hand, allowing them to proceed as long as the living room remained intact. Heya raised her hands, reminding them that the movies were supposed to be for educational purposes. Himiko explained that she was educating them about the Marvel Cinematic Universe, prompting Heya to turn to Izuku and Eri with a mix of surprise and curiosity. The group settled in comfortably, ready for an extended viewing session. Eri, curious, asked if they were going to see more of Nijire, as the two girls reminded her of her friend. Izuku watched intently as Tony Stark fought his way out of the cave, questioning how he managed to create a suit of armor from scraps. Himiko, enjoying a gusher, chimed in that it was impressive what he could do with just his intellect and some materials. Eri cheered as they witnessed the genius fly out of an exploding ammo dump, her excitement contagious. Izuku and Eri both exclaimed in awe as Iron Man saved a group of refugees from terrorists. Himiko, eager for the next scene, urged them to be quiet as she anticipated one of her favorite moments. They watched in amazement as Tony was shot from the sky by a tank shell, only to rise from the crater he created. He glared at the tank that had attacked him, narrowly dodging another shell. With a swift move, he fired a missile at the tank and casually walked away, the vehicle erupting into flames behind him. Izuku and Eri were left speechless, while Himiko squirmed in her seat, thrilled by the action. Heya, munching on popcorn, commented on the tank missile, recalling how Nemuri had prepared a batch for them. As the scene unfolded, Heya pointed out that she had seen the betrayal coming when Obediah stole Tony's arc reactor. Izuku winced at the sight, concerned for Tony as he struggled to reach his workshop. Eri worriedly asked if he would be okay, and Izuku reassured her that he would be fine. Obediah, encased in his iron warmonger suit, questioned how to fix the icing problem as ice began to cover his armor. Tony, with a playful jab, suggested he should look into it before sending him tumbling back toward the earth. Izuku nearly spat out his drink at Tony's casual demeanor, while Eri tried to mimic the sound of the impact. In a dramatic moment, Tony revealed his identity as Iron Man, sending reporters into a frenzy as the credits rolled. Izuku expressed his approval, noting it was a clever way to unveil a secret identity. Himiko beamed with pride, pleased that her choice of movie had been a hit. Just then, Nemuri called from the kitchen, announcing that it was dinner time. She looked at the two guests, offering them a chance to stay if Shoyuta was okay with it. He shrugged, indifferent. Himiko was about to agree when Heya discreetly pulled her sleeve, showing her a text. Apologizing, she turned back to the group and explained they needed to head home. Nemuri expressed her pleasure at meeting them, encouraging them not to be strangers since Izuku needed friends his age. Izuku pointed out that he had Mirio, Nijire, and Tamaki, but Nemuri clarified that she meant friends who weren't already in high school. Izuku had no objections and walked them to the door, thanking them for visiting. Himiko adjusted the bags of candy she was carrying, mentioning they would return to continue watching movies. Heya, her senses heightened by the aroma of food, suggested they might try Nemuri's cooking next time. Confused, Izuku asked what she meant, and Heya clarified that Nemuri had said they could have stayed longer. The girls exchanged glances, and Izuku's face turned red as he realized the misunderstanding. He exclaimed in shock, insisting that Nemuri was not his mother. Himiko raised an eyebrow, noting how she acted like one. Heya shrugged off the confusion, urging Himiko to leave before they got in trouble for being late. As they departed, Izuku waved goodbye, still flustered. He contemplated going to the roof to clear his head, but realized that Nemuri would likely come after him, which would defeat the purpose. Deciding against it, he returned inside, preparing for what would be an awkward dinner, especially with Nemuri teasing him about his flushed face. Later, Shoyuta was roused from sleep by Eri, who was shaking him gently. She held a phone and asked how to spell SOS. Still groggy, he replied that it was simply the letters SOS. Eri, concentrating, typed out the letters, then asked about spelling sick. He instructed her to add a K after the C, and she thanked him before bouncing off his bed and leaving the room. As he settled back down, he suddenly realized something and jumped out of bed, rushing into the hall to stop Eri before she returned to her and Izuku's room. He asked her what she meant by saying Izuku was sick. Eri explained that he wouldn't stop sniffling and drooling, and everything in the room was floating. She admitted she didn't know how to spell SOS. Shuda's concern grew as he asked who she had sent the SOS to when a screeching sound interrupted them. Tires screeched outside, followed by the sound of someone unlocking the front door. Shoyuta went to see who had arrived, only to find the door swing open and hit the wall with a loud bang. Hisashi and Namuri burst into the room, bags in hand, looking like they had just rolled out of bed. They demanded to know where Izuku was. Shoyuta glanced at Eri, who had followed him into the living room. She explained that she had sent a message to the Cinnamon Roll Protection Squad. Shoyuta sighed, recalling that he had forgotten about that group. Namuri stepped inside, placing her bags on the kitchen counter. She mentioned that she had grabbed whatever medicine she could find before coming over. Shoyuta questioned whether they were overreacting, feeling overwhelmed so soon after waking up. He wondered when his home had stopped being his safe haven. Looking down at Eri, he recalled the events that had led to this moment, leaving him uncertain about his feelings. Hisashi insisted that they were not overreacting. Shoyuta raised an eyebrow, challenging him about how many traffic laws they had likely broken to get there so quickly. Hisashi conceded that they might have overreacted a little. Namuri asked Shoyuta if he knew what was wrong with Izuku. Shoyuta replied that he had just woken up, which was why he was concerned about their rapid arrival. He thought back to how quickly they had responded to Eri's text. How had they gotten there so fast? Namuri pressed on, asking where Izuku was. As she walked toward the room, Shoyuta recalled what Eri had said. He called out for her to hold on. Namuri impatiently asked what was wrong now. Shoyuta turned to Eri and asked her to explain what was happening with Izuku. She fidgeted under the scrutiny of the three pro-heroes and nervously described Izuku's symptoms: sniffles, unusual drooling, and floating objects in the room. She also mentioned that he had complained of a headache. Namuri pondered the situation, while Hisashi began sorting through the items and medicines. They speculated that it might just be a cold or fever and wondered how he had caught it. Shoyuta pointed out that whatever was affecting Izuku was interfering with his quirk, especially since objects were floating. He noted that the strange drool was likely related to the venom Izuku produced, suggesting that his siphon ability might also be active. Hisashi summarized the situation, noting that they couldn't enter the room without risking being affected themselves. He questioned how they were supposed to care for Izuku under those circumstances. The sound of crunching drew their attention to the kitchen island, where Eri sat on a stool, munching on an apple. She was blissfully unaware of the three heroes staring at her. After a moment, she noticed them and paused mid-bite, asking if she had done something wrong. Namuri and Hisashi exchanged glances, turning to Shoyuta, who had his eyes closed, anticipating their thoughts. Hisashi began to ask if Eri was. Shoyuta confirmed it before he could finish. He sighed, knowing what they were thinking. In a serious tone, Namuri reminded Shoyuta that they needed to take care of Izuku. Shoyuta interrupted her, acknowledging that he was aware of what needed to be done. He turned back to Eri and asked her to help. Izuku felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. His head throbbed, his throat felt scratchy, and his body ached. He realized he had mentioned his head twice, emphasizing just how bad he felt. His fangs felt sore, but he wasn't sure if they were actually bleeding or just aching. Either way, he was in a miserable state. He found himself wondering how he had ended up in this situation. Perhaps he shouldn't have been training in the cold. He had only wanted to improve his skills with the gauntlets, tired of being caught off guard whenever he slipped on a pipe during training. This was the price he paid for pushing himself, he thought. The door opened, capturing his attention. From his position on the bed, he couldn't see who entered, but he assumed it was Eri. He closed his eyes, hoping to drift back to sleep. He felt movement on the bed and heard small grunts, indicating that Eri was trying to climb up beside him. He would have loved to assist her with his telekinesis, but right now he was unintentionally using it on everything in the room, which was draining his energy. Eri encouraged him to open wide, holding out a small cup of what he assumed was medicine. Opening his eyes, he saw her wearing a mask and gloves, looking determined. Eri explained that the medicine had been brought by Miss Namuri. Izuku sighed, slightly pained, and accepted the cup. He swallowed the bitter liquid, shivering at the taste, and repeated the process for the other 2 cups. Eri then presented him with a cup of pills. She informed him that Miss Namuri said he needed to take those for his headache. After a bottle of water, Izuku managed to swallow the pills. He longed to shift positions, feeling as if he were both burning up and freezing at the same time. Was being sick always this terrible? He thanked Eri for her help, expressing how much he appreciated her presence. Eri innocently asked what he would do without her, not realizing it was a rhetorical question. Izuku smiled at her, feeling grateful and candid in his response. He told her that he probably wouldn't be as happy as he was without her, managing a laugh that caused him pain. He thought he might have lost his mind if it weren't for her. Though the mask hid her expression, Eri beamed at his words. After quickly taking his temperature as instructed by Namuri, Eri left the room. With his headache easing, Izuku was finally able to stop the floating objects around him. However, the small pain in the back of his head remained a constant throughout everything. Everything hurt. Namuri asked Eri if everything had been taken, and the little girl nodded in confirmation, handing the thermometer to her. Namuri read the temperature, her expression filled with concern. It was 115 degrees, indicating that he was basically on fire. Hisashi insisted that they needed to take him to Recovery Girl. Shoyuta agreed but pointed out the risk of the siphon affecting them. Namuri decided to check on Izuku. She walked over to the room and cracked the door open, peeking inside. Izuku lay in bed with his eyes closed, looking miserable. She noticed that the items in the room had stopped floating, as Eri had said, and the pressure from the siphon was barely noticeable unless one actively tried to sense it. Returning to the living room, she informed them that she believed he was safe for the moment and that they should take him to UA soon. Shoyuta nodded and turned to Eri, instructing her to get dressed and grab her bag. He then looked at his friends, urging them to do the same and questioning why they had shown up in pajamas. Namuri retorted, reminding him that he often wore pajamas himself. After a chaotic car ride, where traffic laws were bent, the 3 heroes carried Izuku to the recovery ward at UA, leaving Eri with Nizu for her morning lessons. Recovery Girl welcomed them and examined Izuku. She explained that since his quirk was closely tied to his physical and mental state, this was the safest place for him and everyone involved. Namuri asked if he would be okay. Recovery Girl reassured her that as long as his condition didn't worsen, he would be fine. They just needed to let it run its course, perhaps with something for the headache. She then waved them off, reminding them that they had classes to teach. Hisashi glanced at his watch and realized they were late, exclaiming in panic before rushing out the door, with Namuri and Shoyuta following behind, though they were less frantic. Recovery Girl sighed as they left, wondering why everyone seemed to scream in the recovery ward. She decided to check Izuku's temperature with an electronic thermometer, but it malfunctioned upon contact with his skin, losing power. She noted that contact was not an option for now. When lunchtime arrived, 3 hero students rushed to lunch rush before heading to Gym Gamma. Nijire tugged on Mirio's sleeve, asking if he thought Izuku and Eri would enjoy the movies. Mirio contemplated, noting that Izuku loved heroes, and Eri was happy when everyone else was happy, especially Izuku. Tamaki mentioned offhand that Izuku was sick that day. His friends halted and turned to him, with Nijire sweetly asking him to repeat himself. Tamaki explained that he had learned from Mr. Aizawa just before lunch, as he had texted Izuku about a game and received no response. He wanted to ensure Izuku was okay. Mirio shrugged, suggesting that their usual lunch routine was off, and they should figure out what to do next. However, they soon realized that Nijire had disappeared. They decided to visit Izuku. Nijire gently opened the door to the ward and called out for Recovery Girl, but received no response. She stepped inside, noticing that only one bed was surrounded by curtains. As she approached, she raised her hand to move the curtain when she heard running footsteps behind her. Mirio entered the room, followed by Tamaki, who was catching his breath. Tamaki asked why she had taken off, and Nijire sheepishly explained that upon hearing Izuku was sick, she had zoomed ahead. Tamaki cautioned her against getting too close, worried he might be contagious. Nijire paused, realizing she hadn't considered that. Recovery Girl entered from a side room, questioning the noise. She recognized the 3 students and assumed they had come to check on Izuku. She moved to the concealed bed, positioning herself between it and the trio. Mirio greeted her with his signature smile, inquiring about Izuku's condition. Recovery Girl informed them that he was doing well, but his quirk was acting up, and she needed them to leave. Nijire protested, asking for just a peek. Recovery Girl sighed, explaining that Izuku needed space to recover and that he was not even conscious. Tamaki hesitantly asked if she was sure he was asleep. Recovery Girl assured them he was out cold. However, when Tamaki pointed out that Izuku was sitting up, everyone turned to the bed, where the silhouette of Izuku was indeed sitting up, appearing to look around. Mirio called out to him, but the silhouette froze. In the silence, his breathing became rapid and desperate. Suddenly, the temperature in the room seemed to drop, as if all warmth had vanished. Some lights dimmed, and the breathing grew louder. Mirio instinctively moved to rush to his friend, but Recovery Girl stopped him, holding out her cane to block his path. She warned him not to approach, explaining that Izuku might be panicking and that they needed to leave. She decided to call Aizawa and get him to come up. As she took out her phone, she noticed the battery percentage fluctuating. The air in the room was growing colder. Suddenly, most of the lights in the ward went out, leaving only a few dimly lit areas where they could still see, albeit in the now much darker room. The atmosphere shifted, and everyone held their breath. Tamaki dared to ask what was happening, but silence enveloped them. Recover Girl attempted to call Aizawa, and as she did, a faint red glow appeared on the other side of the curtain. 2 red orbs seemed to stare directly at her as she held the phone to her ear. The ringing of the phone pierced through the silence, creating an unsettling pressure in the air, almost like a predator cornered. What felt like an eternity, Aizawa finally answered. He asked what was wrong, and Recover Girl whispered that it was about Izuku. The suffocating pressure intensified as she tried to explain that something was wrong with him. Before she could finish her thought, the red orbs lunged at her. In the teacher's lounge, Shoyuta received the call while trying to catch up on missed sleep from the morning's events. He was curled up on the couch in his yellow sleeping bag when a flash of lightning outside prompted him to open his eyes and scan the room, realizing he was alone. The lights flickered briefly, and then his phone rang. With a sigh, he pulled it out of his pocket and saw that it was Recovery Girl calling. Assuming it had to do with Izuku, he quickly shed his sleeping bag and stood up to answer. As he listened to her voice, he felt a chill run down his spine when he heard interference mixed with her words. He was already moving toward the door when he heard a frantic yell. Bursting out of the lounge, he nearly collided with Hizashi, who was about to enter. Shoyuta shouted that it was about the ward and Izuku, not having time to explain further. Mike quickly followed Shoyuta as they rushed toward the recovery ward. As they ran, they heard the distant sound of a door breaking and voices raised in alarm, urging them to move faster. Upon arriving, they found the ward in disarray. The lights were dim, and beds and equipment were scattered as if a storm had swept through. The door was destroyed, and outside, they found Hadu. Shoyuta rushed to check on her, helping her sit up against the wall. She winced as she spoke, mentioning that Izuku had attacked and that she was injured. Mike moved to look inside the room and saw Mirio Togata using himself as a shield to protect Recovery Girl. He helped Mirio assist the nurse back to her feet and asked what had happened. Mirio explained that Izuku had lunged for Recovery Girl, but he had pushed her out of the way. Nijire had been behind her and got hurt instead, while Tamaki had tried to grab Izuku and had been thrown down the hall. Recovery Girl moved to Nijire, assuring her that she would take care of her and Amajiki. She then turned to Shoyuta and Hizashi, urging them to go after Izuku and stop him. Shoyuta looked at Mike and decided to go after Izuku, instructing Mike to get Nizu on the comms and explain the situation. With that, Eraserhead dashed down the hall in pursuit of Izuku. Meanwhile, Nizu was in his office when he received the call. Lunch had just begun, and Eri was on the couch, worried about Izuku's health as rain tapped against the windows behind his desk. Eri asked if Izuku would be okay, and Nizu reassured her that he was strong and would be fine, encouraging her to enjoy her lunch. As he sifted through emails, he noticed a power fluctuation, which seemed unusual. Just then his phone rang. Pressing the button to answer, he was met with Yamada's panicked voice on the other end. Nizu's demeanor shifted immediately as he asked what was wrong. Yamada explained that Izuku had attacked, and when they arrived at the ward, it was in chaos. Nizu quickly accessed the cameras to locate Izuku, noting that some were offline while others were functioning. He switched to the pressure sensors installed throughout the school, which were working properly. Nizu informed Mike that Eraserhead was already heading toward Izuku and instructed him to switch to earpieces for better communication. He then tuned into the earpieces used by all teachers and staff. Eri, with tears in her eyes, asked what was wrong with Izuku and if he was hurt. Nizu reassured her not to worry. They would find him, Nizu assured as he pressed a button on his desk phone, connecting to the earpieces worn by all the teachers. A sense of urgency filled his voice as he informed everyone of the situation. Everything hurt. That was the first sensation he registered upon waking. Most of the pain was concentrated in his head, but he was able to move. He sat up and looked around, noticing he was surrounded by curtains. It was difficult to see clearly, but he could hear voices beyond the fabric. Where was he? He looked down and focused. He was in a hospital bed. Panic surged through him. No, not a hospital bed. He couldn't accept it. Was it all just a cruel dream? His breathing became frantic, making his vision blurrier. He thought he heard someone yelling, but the words were lost to him. He felt his quirk drawing energy from the lights in the room, and he knew he had to stop it before something terrible happened. He raised his hands to his head and realized he wasn't restrained. The realization brought a moment of stillness. The room was quiet, save for the ringing of a phone. If he acted quickly, he could slip past whoever was nearby and escape. A fire ignited in his chest, filled with conflicting emotions, anger, fear, and a desperate hunger. This was his chance. With determination, he lunged forward. Snipe received the alert through his earpiece that the boy was heading his way. He steadied himself, aiming his modified revolver down the long hallway, filled with blanks. Despite the dimmed lights and the gloomy weather outside, he could still see clearly. But he was up against a kid who could disable the lights, which was exactly what Izuku did, plunging the hallway into darkness. Snipe toggled the night vision in his mask, waiting patiently for movement. He sensed a presence approaching rapidly. He thought to himself that he didn't want to have to do this. Suddenly, the presence halted. Just then, the lights surged back to full brightness, blinding Snipe. He let out a pained sound as he struggled to turn off the night vision. In those fleeting moments, everything changed. Energy drained from him, something struck him in the gut, and he was thrown against the wall. He hit his head and slumped to the ground, catching a glimpse of the figure disappearing down the hall as the lights flickered again. With what little strength he had left, Snipe managed to communicate through his earpiece, stating that the boy had gotten past him and was incredibly fast. He needed to run. But a voice inside him urged him to feed. He resisted, knowing that if he didn't, he would be hurt again. He wanted his mother. But she was gone. He kept running. Nizu observed as Hound Dog moved swiftly through the halls with a squad of ectoclones. Ectoplasm had left clones behind in the cafeteria to keep the students from wandering, while Hound Dog tracked Izuku, who was moving rapidly through the school. It seemed the boy was taking a shorter route toward the support department. Izuku appeared disoriented, which was unusual given how quickly he had learned the school's layout. It was as if he was only focused on escaping rather than finding his way. Nizu watched as Hound Dog turned to face the boy, only to hear him report over the comms that Izuku was in the vents. Nizu had to admire the boy's quick thinking. Using the vents was a clever strategy, especially since they were designed to allow him to move through the school unseen. However, now was not the time for praise. They needed to flush him out. He contacted Midnight, hoping she was nearby. She confirmed she was on her way to Hound Dog. Nizu instructed her to release her quirk to isolate Izuku in the vents. He quickly sealed off passages to prevent the gas from spreading throughout the school, successfully isolating the boy on the 3rd floor. Midnight's quirk began to fill the vents with gas, and Nizu monitored the motion sensors as Izuku frantically searched for an escape. It would only be a matter of time before he succumbed to the gas, allowing them to safely. Vlad King's voice cut through the comms, stating he had eyes on Midoriya. Nizu felt a surge of urgency. Vlad moved swiftly through the halls, tracking Izuku Midoriya. He hadn't interacted much with the boy, only hearing bits and pieces about him in the teacher's lounge. The situation was far from amusing. Nizu had warned that Midoriya was a threat to both students and teachers, having already lashed out at Recovery Girl and others. Vlad understood that Midoriya wasn't a villain, he was simply caught in a situation that required immediate attention. Whatever was happening with him needed to be addressed with the utmost seriousness. What mattered was finding him and ensuring he didn't accidentally hurt anyone. The lights dimmed suddenly, and a noise from the wall made Vlad quickly dodge backward to avoid the vent cover that shot out, taking part of the wall with it. The smoke it created would have obscured the figure climbing out of the wall if it weren't for the glowing red eyes, angry eyes that stared right at him through the haze. Vlad brought his hand up to his earpiece, informing Nizu that he had eyes on Midoriya. He then focused entirely on the feral boy, who was hidden in the smoke and darkness of the hallway. Vlad got into a defensive stance, prepared to either defend himself or give chase if Midoriya decided to attack or flee. He wanted to avoid a confrontation and urged Midoriya to calm down so they could figure out what was wrong. Before he could finish, the boy lunged at him from the smoke, his red eyes filled with rage. Midoriya attacked with swift blows that carried immense power. Vlad barely managed to dodge the first strike, which shattered the wall and left a small crater in its wake. He evaded a flurry of follow-up attacks, each accompanied by screams of rage that made Midoriya sound more like a wild beast than a 14-year-old child. The boy fought with the ferocity of a desperate predator, and it took all of Vlad's skill to avoid being struck. Vlad called out to the enraged teenager, urging him to let him help. As Midoriya lunged again, Vlad let his blood flow from his gauntlet, managing to catch the boy and pin him against the wall. The blood hardened around Midoriya, effectively immobilizing him. Midoriya protested, panic rising in his voice as he struggled against his confinement. He yelled for freedom, his desperation palpable. After a moment of struggle, he seemed to relent, his head hanging low, breathing in short, shuddering bursts. Just when Vlad thought he had calmed the boy, Midoriya drew in a deep breath and let out a scream filled with despair. Following that scream came a powerful pulse. Vlad had no time to brace himself as a forceful blast launched him toward the windows. Instead of falling to the ground below, he collided with a steel beam positioned between the window panels. The reinforced windows behind him shattered under the impact. Raising a hand to his head, Vlad tried to focus his vision as he looked at Midoriya. He tensed when he saw that the boy had broken free from his prison of hardened blood and was now glaring at him, promising pain. Midoriya took a step forward, then another, approaching Vlad with an outstretched hand. Vlad felt as if his energy was being drained. His vision began to fade, and his hearing turned to static as Midoriya siphoned his life force. Just as he felt himself fading, there was a crack of lightning, and Midoriya paused, allowing some of Vlad's strength to return. With renewed strength, Vlad noticed Midoriya looking up at the ceiling, as if he saw something above. The boy lifted his hand and made a shoving motion, causing a hole to blast into the ceiling before he jumped through it, disappearing into the upper floors. Vlad managed to bring his hand up to his earpiece, reporting that Midoriya was moving to the upper floors before he lost consciousness. Nizu couldn't see what was happening between Vlad and Izuku, but he felt the tremors, like a mini earthquake, and assumed it was Izuku's doing. Eri, frightened, hid under his desk. She cried out that she was scared and that Izuku was in trouble. Nizu, focused on his monitors, didn't notice the small spark of energy emanating from her horn. He reassured Eri that they were trying to help Izuku and needed to find him first. A loud crack of lightning outside startled Eri, causing her to scream and her horn to emit a burst of energy. She quickly attempted to control her quirk, following the breathing exercises Namuri had taught her. Another tremor shook the room, and then Vlad's voice came through the comms, sounding faint. He reported that Midoriya was moving to the upper floors. Nizu called out for Vlad, but received no response. He noticed Eri struggling to control her quirk and realized the situation was too stressful for her. He assured her that everything would be okay and that they would find Izuku, but his words trailed off as the lights flickered and then went out. Suddenly, the floor in the center of the room exploded upward, creating a hole. Dust obscured everything except for the red glowing eyes of the figure emerging from the hole in front of Nizu's desk. Nizu's instincts screamed at him to flee. He felt the presence of an apex predator. He almost ran but remembered that he wasn't the only one in danger. Following Izuku's gaze, Nizu realized the boy wasn't looking at him but at someone hiding under his desk. Nizu pressed the emergency button under his desk, signaling to his staff that there was a threat in his office. With Izuku still emerging from the hole, Nizu quickly ducked under his desk and addressed Eri. He whispered for her to run, moving a loose piece of carpet to reveal a vent cover. He instructed her to take the vent and keep going without looking back, urging her to get to safety. He conveyed the seriousness of the situation with his expression. Eri nodded but hesitated to enter the vent, not wanting to leave Izuku behind. Nizu, sensing her hesitation, told her firmly that this was not Izuku. Not right now. They would help him, but Eri's safety came first. They needed her to trust them. Eri hesitated, preparing to crawl into the vent, but before she could move, the desk was hurled out the window, shattering the glass and letting the howling wind and rain sweep into the room. Eri screamed as Nizu instinctively shielded her from the flying shards. When they looked up, they were met with angry red eyes. Izuku lifted his hand and made a crushing motion with his fist, causing the vent to collapse in on itself, blocking Eri's escape. With no way out, Nizu and Eri found themselves trapped in the room, the only barrier between them and the door being Izuku. Nizu took a moment to truly observe Izuku. Most of him remained shrouded in darkness and smoke, but he could see the red eyes that had replaced the familiar green, the irises expanded and pupils narrowed. Alongside the anger, Nizu noticed something else. He saw pain. Before he could dwell on it, Izuku swiped his hand, sending Nizu crashing into a wall with great force. Izuku then began to walk forward, his gaze fixed on Eri. The small girl, understandably terrified, backed up to the edge of the broken wall, a multi-story drop looming behind her. Tears streamed down her face as she looked into the eyes of the person she trusted most, the boy who had promised never to leave her behind. The boy she saw as a big brother. Eri pleaded for him to stop, but her words seemed to fall on deaf ears. She cried out that he was hurting everyone. As Izuku approached, Eri looked into his eyes and saw something unexpected. Tears. He didn't want this. He didn't want to hurt her. Desperation filled him. Anything but her. But his body refused to obey. The overwhelming hunger for something beyond food took control, forcing him to approach Eri, who gazed at him with fear. He didn't want to move. Why was this happening? A voice echoed in his mind, reminding him of the pain he had endured when he refused to listen. Did he truly want to experience that again? He didn't care. He would endure all the pain and suffering. He felt his hand lift toward Eri's terrified face, muffled cries for him to stop barely reaching him through the chaos. Just don't hurt her. In that moment of hesitation, a fist collided with his stomach, sending him flying across the room. Eri looked up at the figure who had just launched Izuku away. At first, she couldn't see past the red cape, but as it billowed in the wind from the broken windows, she recognized the blonde hair atop the figure's head. He wore a costume of white, blue, and red. The top was a white skin-tight shirt with sleeves that faded into red gloves, while dark blue pants were cinched with a green belt and white boots. The figure turned to her, revealing the 1 million printed on his chest, but his cartoonish face lacked the smile she was used to. Mirio Togata spoke to her, asking if she was okay. Eri could only nod, too frightened to respond. Mirio nodded back, but a grunt from where Izuku had landed caught their attention, and they both turned to see the feral boy rising once more. Mirio was fortunate with his timing. He had just finished changing into his hero gear, disregarding the rules, and rushed to Nizu's office to ensure everything was alright. His first strike had been pure luck. He hadn't known Izuku was there when he emerged from the ground, but his quick reflexes allowed him to use the momentum to his advantage. Now, he needed to keep Eri safe against his friend. This would be both a mentally and physically challenging task. Mirio tried to reach out to Izuku, urging him to snap out of it. He didn't want to fight, and he knew Izuku didn't want to fight him either, not like this. But Izuku didn't seem to hear him. Instead, he lifted his arms, causing various objects in the office to float into the air: pieces of the desk, the computer, the coffee table, even a few bookshelves. Then, with a swift motion, Izuku hurled the objects at Mirio. Thinking quickly, Mirio scooped Eri into his arms and dodged the monitor that soared past his head. He activated his quirk on his entire body except for his feet and arms, ensuring that none of the projectiles struck Eri as he maneuvered around the room. Although he struggled to control his quirk, he had improved significantly since the beginning of the year, managing to focus on both his abilities and the battle. As if the debris from the furniture wasn't enough, Izuku began launching glass shards at them. Mirio quickly sought cover behind the remnants of Nizu's desk, hearing glass shatter and embed itself into the wood. Once the barrage of glass subsided, he placed Eri down and instructed her to stay put before vaulting over the desk. Standing before him was Izuku, his face still obscured except for his eyes. Mirio spoke calmly, assuring him that he knew he was still in there, that whatever was happening wasn't truly him. He urged Izuku to fight against it. A flash of lightning outside briefly illuminated the room, revealing Izuku's face. For the first time that day, Mirio could see the expression of his friend. He saw regret. The red, hungry eyes were accompanied by regret and tears, emotions that would have been lost in the darkness of the room. Izuku was still fighting, but he was losing. Mirio felt a shiver run down his spine as Izuku's voice, devoid of any regret, commanded him to get out of the way. It was as if Mirio stood between Izuku and his next meal, and fighting him would merely be an inconvenience. Yet Mirio stood firm. No. Izuku relented, and with incredible speed he lunged at Mirio, throwing a fist at the blonde's stomach, which simply phased through him. Izuku made a noise of confusion before Mirio struck him in the stomach, following up with a series of quick blows. Mirio aimed a punch at Izuku's head, but the younger boy caught his fist and pulled him in swiftly, delivering a powerful strike that knocked the wind out of him and sent him crashing into the desk where Eri was hiding. Eri gasped as Mirio crashed through the desk, struggling to catch his breath on the ground. She quickly ducked behind a coffee table that had been thrown, trying to stay out of sight. As she focused on calming her breathing, she felt her quirk becoming harder to control. Suddenly, the table lifted above her head and shattered into countless pieces. Eri looked up to see Izuku standing right in front of her. For a moment, he just stood there, and she gazed at him in fear. She noticed the tears still streaming down his face before he reached out for her again. Feeling a surge of emotion, Eri said she was sorry, though she didn't know why those words came out. Izuku froze at her words, his eyes wide with confusion and then realization. He stepped back, looking down at his hands, his voice trembling as he spoke to himself. He expressed his fear of repeating past mistakes and glanced at the broken windows, urging himself to run. Just then, the doors burst open, and a white cloth flew into the room, wrapping around Izuku and restraining his arms. He grunted in exertion as he tried to reach the window, pulling Aizawa into view, who struggled to maintain his grip on the capture weapon. Present Mike joined in, trying to help Aizawa as they engaged in a tug-of-war with Izuku. Despite their combined strength, Izuku continued to pull toward the window, shouting for them to let him go, insisting he was so close. 3 ectoclones entered the room, attempting to assist Aizawa and Present Mike in stopping Izuku. One of the clones called for Midnight to hurry. Pink gas was released into Izuku's face, and he inhaled a significant amount while yelling. His struggle began to weaken, and he fell forward into Midnight's arms, who held him close, whispering reassurances as she ran her hand through his wet hair. Present Mike moved to check on Nizu, who was finally regaining consciousness after being knocked out by Izuku. Nizu assured him he was okay while rubbing his head and pointed to Mirio, who was on the ground gasping for air. The impact from Izuku had caused serious injuries, making it difficult for Mirio to breathe. Eri rushed over to her friend, lifting her arms to place her hands on him but hesitating. She needed to ensure she did this correctly, just like she practiced. She placed her hands on Mirio's chest, and her horn began to glow with energy. She visualized the river flowing backward, slowly but surely. When she opened her eyes, she saw Mirio breathing normally again and even able to sit up. Mirio asked Eri if she was okay, to which she nodded in response. Overwhelmed with fear, Eri wished for Izuku to return to her, to hold her and reassure her that everything would be all right. Midnight continued to whisper comforting words to Izuku, who surprisingly remained awake. He raised his hand toward the outside, expressing his regret for being so close to achieving his goal. His voice grew softer as he apologized and uttered a final plea for help before losing consciousness, his eyes closing and returning to their natural green. It was finally over. It was around 4:30 in the morning when he set his alarm to wake up early enough to tackle the Da Vinci Code Hisashi had given him, a recipe book. Normally, he would just make some ramen for breakfast, but since Izuku and Eri had come into his life, he had to learn how to prepare proper meals. Those kids couldn't survive on ramen and jelly packs like he did. As he opened the door to the hallway, a delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen. He made his way down the hall and entered to find Izuku awake at the stove, preparing 3 bowls of rice, with plates of grilled fish already on the kitchen island. Shoyuta paused for a moment, allowing Izuku to continue cooking, the enticing smell filling the air. Izuku turned around, bowls in hand, and nearly dropped one in surprise. "Aizawa, when did you get here?" he exclaimed, catching one of the bowls with his telekinesis. "Just now," the tired pro replied, maintaining his usual expression. "Situational awareness, kid." Izuku set the bowls down on the kitchen island, staring at Shoyuta with a blank expression. He responded sarcastically, "Excuse me for not noticing the underground hero who specializes in stealth walking into the room with my back turned." "You're forgiven," Shoyuta said seriously, prompting Izuku to roll his eyes, a small smile forming on his lips. "So, why are you up so early?" Shoyuta inquired. Izuku rubbed the back of his head as he took a seat on a stool, with Shoyuta sitting next to him. "It is early, huh?" he chuckled. "I woke up and couldn't go back to sleep, so I thought I'd make breakfast." Using his quirk, he retrieved 3 sets of chopsticks, placing one by the bowl he assumed was meant for Eri and another hovering in front of Shoyuta, who reached out to grab it. Nightmare. After the rooftop incident, Shoyuta learned that Izuku's sleeplessness often stemmed from troubling dreams. It wasn't impossible that he had experienced the same thing that morning. "No," Izuku replied, taking a bite of his rice. "Just couldn't go back to sleep." "Still, you didn't have to make breakfast," Shoyuta remarked, taking a bite of his own rice. "Last I checked, you didn't exactly enjoy cooking, so I thought I'd do it for once." He poked at his fish, casting a side glance at Shoyuta, who noticed. "How is it?" Shoyuta took a bite of the fish and was pleasantly surprised by how well it was grilled, almost as good as Hisashi's cooking during his past visits. "It's good. When did you learn to cook?" "Mike. He taught me whenever he was around," Izuku revealed before taking a bite of his own fish. "So that's how you're able to decipher his recipe book?" "It's actually really easy to read. I'm surprised you ever had a hard time," Izuku said with a smug smile. Shoyuta gave Izuku an unimpressed look, holding up a piece of fish with his chopsticks and pointing it at the green-haired boy. "I'll let you have that one. But only because it's early." Soft pattering of bare feet against the floor drew their attention to the hallway. Eri emerged, holding her dragon plushie by one of its wings, rubbing her eyes as she yawned widely. "Good morning, Eri," Izuku called out. "Did you sleep well?" Her only response was a tired nod as she stretched. She walked over to the stool next to Izuku, looked at it, and stared. After a moment, she turned to Izuku, reaching out her free hand and making a grabbing motion. Suddenly, an invisible force lifted her off the ground and gently settled her on the stool. Placed her dragon on the counter and began attempting to eat her food. However, she kept dropping her food with the chopsticks. After her sixth attempt to grab some rice, she looked over at Izuku and Shoyuta, who were having no trouble eating. Frustrated, she huffed and continued trying. Noticing her struggle, Izuku moved to help her. He took her small hand in his and demonstrated once again how to properly hold the chopsticks and pick up the food. "Thanks, Izu," Eri said with a tired smile. Shoyuta took another bite of rice as he watched, hoping for a normal day ahead. Meanwhile, Hisashi was in the teacher's lounge during his free PRD, catching up on Ghost Adventures, despite others claiming the show was silly. It seems there was an error in the text provided. Please provide the full text of the fanfiction that needs editing, and I will be happy to assist you in making it suitable for YouTube.